How's it going, everybody? Oh, silver just hit 92.
Gaming.
Hell yeah, man. The stupid chud is back, indeed. Oh my heckin' science, bro. 92? That's right, PK. You know, maybe if you weren't hating all the time, you could have gotten in on it. Bitch. Yeah, it's entirely possible it could hit 100 tomorrow at this rate. I don't know, man. This is pretty wild. Apparently 120 to 150 is what everybody, you know, eventually thinks it's going to kind of stop at. But we shall see. Did I buy the dip? I've just been buying for under spot all the way up, so... I mean, I bought silver back in, like, 2023 for 20 bucks an ounce. Then I bought some more earlier this year for 38 an ounce. And now I've been buying it for, like, 60-ish an ounce. Coin collecting? Not really. Nah. I'm just in it for the money. Get it? Because it's a coin? Ha 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 ha. Potentially I'd sell. Then I'd buy more cardboard gold, dude. I don't know. It would depend. Silver would have to really go up a lot higher for me to want to sell. I kind of like just having it. It's a nice feeling. Having some heavy-ass coins in hand. Yeah, that's why they eat off silver. Griff has no passions? Not really anymore. My main passion is trading cards. That's probably about it. I do like me heckin' graded cardboard. Ah, shit. Pokemon, some Yu-Gi-Oh, and Final Fantasy cards I like a lot. But only of certain characters. Shit. Halo 4 multiplayer, because it's like such a big shift between 2 and 3 that it kind of throws me for a loop. I haven't played Halo 4 multiplayer in forever. Your passion is weeb slop? Hell yeah, dude. Enjoy what you can while you can, because there's not much to enjoy nowadays, so... Let's see. Spooky Cerberus with the 2. Appreciate it. I'm happy you're streaming because, such a long day. Yeah, it was a pretty long day. I had a ton of stuff to do. I still have a ton of stuff to do when I sign on tomorrow, but, yeah. Indeed. And Rat Kicker Real with the 2. What's up, my ninjas? Libs actually goon to ICE agents. Yeah, that's like a whole liberal, you know, goonette kind of tendency of gooning to their enemies. Like, that's a whole trope in women's erotic literature, is or enemies to lovers or whatever the fuck. So, yeah, they love to fantasize about, you know, their perceived enemy ravaging them.
You're fucking poor!
Schizo Garcia with the 2. Thoughts on Hassan Piker furry leak? Well, bro, he comes from an area of the world where they're infamous for fucking their goats, so it's not really too surprising. But yeah, Hassan being a hedonistic degenerate doesn't really surprise me at all. I haven't actually seen the leak, but I'm assuming he enjoys furry shit. Uh-oh, silver's back under 92. It's over, guys. I'm poor again. It is over.
I can't afford this shit!
Ah. And Rag Kicker Real with the 2. Vosh likes horse rape And Hassan likes furries, bro. Yeah. 0 for 2 for leftist men, bro. Shit's wild. Imagine my shock, though. You know, a degenerate political ideology has degenerate sexual fetishes. Oh shit! Really? I missed that jump? Brutal. Yeah, we watched the video on the UK propaganda game last night. Shit's pretty retarded. If anything, that's only gonna radicalize more people. Be careful of Persian poo nanny, bro. That's what killed Alexander the Great. At least that's what's rumored. Babylonian bitches. But yeah, I'm sure if Iran does fall, you could probably passport bro over there. Their money's now effectively worthless, so it's the ultimate Geomax location if you want a Iranian whatever wife. I'm scalding you hard because I'm happy that I just got my first tech job. Well, if you're not actually trolling PK, then congratulations. I'm very happy for you, bro. Hopefully you're making lots and lots of monies. It's like the only redeeming thing about California is the tech industry if you can work in it. I sound jealous? I don't know. It depends on how much you're making. I don't know if I'd actually want to work at a tech company, depending on what I'd have to do. I hate coding with a passion. Like, if I could get one of those Jewish daycare jobs where I just send 3 emails a day and make 300K, then sure, I'd do that. But I don't have a vagina, so...
afford this shit!
How did banks become so powerful? Because the only thing the United States produces anymore is dollars. Like, we aren't like an agricultural center anymore. We're not a manufacturing center anymore. We're not allowed to extract our resources at the level we should be anymore. The only thing the United States does is produces dollars, of which people use to consume foreign goods. So the entities that control said dollars have inherently a lot more power than they ever have. Because quite literally that is the United States' you know, greatest produced asset and economic driver is dollar bills. And their perceived value. So if you control the means of which money is printed, distributed, saved, and spent, then that gives you quite a bit of power. Why do women have that? So they're not at home having kids, so then you need an excuse to bring in 1 million immigrants a year. If women aren't working, they're at home having kids. And if your goal is to get rid of white people, then putting them in a situation where they get paid to not have kids is the most effective way. That. Go over there. Yeah, the Jews don't believe in lending money with interest to each other. Usury is a sin in Judaism. So Jews don't charge interest to fellow Jews because it's considered a sin. So what happens is they pay very small banking fee in order to get access to credit. But they don't pay traditional interest rates, mortgage rates, credit card loan rate, any of that. It's very, very small to be, like, you know, if you're Jewish and you want to do business with a bank, the amount of money you actually have to pay in interest or fees or whatever is minuscule at most. A lot of times they just get 0% interest. So they take your money, loan it out to their own for nothing, which further enriches them. So, yeah, therein lies the whole system. Take money from Goyim, lend money to non-Goyim, profit. Like, we looked it up last stream, and credit card interest rates in Israel are capped at like 12%, compared to like 40-something% in the United States in some cases. So, if she has the right connections, in theory, yes, you could get a loan for 0%, depending on what it's for. So that's why silver and shit's rallying right now, is because the US dollar is becoming more and more worthless. So that, and it's being used in a lot of new electronic components. Did you guys hear about the thing too? The US Mint is suspending all sales of silver until they reprice everything. So silver's probably going to get a lot more expensive because the entry price, which is the Silver Eagle for most people, you know, is about to go up dramatically. Yeah, well, the problem is I don't have any money to buy silver coins right now, you know? Cue the super chat sound. I just had to pay my taxes and shit, so I don't have a ton of excess funds laying around. Plus, I just spent a bunch of money for Christmas gifts and stuff, so... I gotta recoup some funds, so then maybe I'll buy some more, but I'm already kind of stretched thin right now. Yep, I always hide the roast. Make sure to change into my ragged clothes. Damn, that thing took too long to blow up. What do I need $30 for? Everything. My next trip to the grocery store. So irresponsible with his money. He needs to go on Caleb Hammer's channel. I don't think so. I don't have any debt, so that's the thing. Zero debt. Juan with the 2, I'll take a look at it. See what it is. Just saw that. Uh-oh. Let's see. Oh, it's just music, alright. Let's see. You're negative 36,000? That's rough, man. What's it on? Like a car loan or something? Nah, I don't really like the stock market that much. I mean, I have my 401k in the stock market, and that's more than enough. Right now, with the way the S&P 500 is structured, where over half the value is in the top 10 companies, all of which are tech companies, I'm not really too anxious to put my money into it. I think Nvidia alone is over 10% of the value of the S&P 500, so... I've done very well with trading cards, and I think that will continue, personally. Yeah, what happened with Meta a few years ago was mentally retarded, man. I made a shitload of money off of that, buying that stock at 80 bucks a piece. That was crazy cheap. I think, what, it's like over 500 now, so... I've done very well on Meta. I still have it all, too. My only regret is not buying more, but oh well. That's always the case. Oh, and student loans? That's rough, man. Hopefully you at least got a job out of the student loans that makes it worthwhile. A lot of people don't, so... Hopefully it's one of those things where it's, in a way, good debt. I love hearing myself talk. Shut up. Alright, I'll just sit in silence. I'll do nothing but play Halo all night, but no mic on. And I'll put on some, I don't know.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
I don't even know what I would watch on my second monitor. Shit. No such thing as good debt. That's where you're wrong, PK. If I could get 2% interest rate debt with an infinite rollover period, and I could put my money into a tobacco stock, for example, that yielded a 6% dividend, would you not argue that taking out $1 million in debt, quote unquote, and paying 2% interest from your 5% dividend, would that be bad debt? That's what the Hebes do, by the way. They take your money that you deposit into a bank and then invest it like that and make a shitload. That's how it works. Yes, it would. You would accrue interest. No, PK, you're not hearing me. If you took out a $1 million loan, let's say, at a 2% interest rate, but you had infinite rollover, meaning, so as long as you made the interest payment each month, you would never have to fucking pay back the full amount. You could just keep rolling it over, refinancing the debt over and over and over and over again, which is actually very easy to do. You then take that $1 million and put it into a stock that pays a 5% dividend. So each month you would get 5% of the $1 million back. So you'd get $50,000 a year in interest, and then you would have to pay $20,000 a year in interest back to the bank for the original loan. You would then net $30,000 for doing absolutely fucking nothing. And you could just continue to fucking refinance the debt over and over and over and over again at 2% and make that $30,000 a year for doing nothing. That's like the definition of good debt. And that's what our greatest ally does with our money. Is they take it, charge us insane interest rates, take that money, and then loan it out to each other at tiny interest rates, and then put it into, you know, high interest yielding investments like stocks, bonds, real estate, that type of shit. Nope, it does not lower your credit score. And who cares? You're telling me you'd turn down $30,000 a year for doing nothing? You're crazy. The only way taking out debt lowers your credit score long term is if you don't make payments. So, yeah, initially you might take a small hit on your credit score taking out the credit or loan, but long term, as long as you make payments on time, your credit score will actually improve as a result of floating that much debt effectively. So, the more credit history you have, the higher your credit score can go. As long as it's good debt and you're not defaulting on it. Bro, that guy in Florida is not going to get elected. It doesn't even matter.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Schizo Garcia with the 2. Been playing more Final Fantasy VII. You were right about Aerith. That's right, dude. She's everything you could ever want. Indeed, bro. Completely agree. And Tim Marco of the 7 tuned into DSP for a few seconds. And he's already asking for more support to continue with our creator. Brutal.
Game over. Victory.
Sounds on brand for DSP, yeah. He really can't help himself. Let's see. I may sell these silver chains at some point. I don't really have a huge desire to keep a bunch of jewelry. Let's see, that's 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9. I have 9 silver chains, all about an ounce or two a piece. Probably should sell them. I don't really want jewelry. I'd rather have coins or bars. Like, even right now, I just put them all on, and they're, like, super heavy. I don't know. I don't like feeling jewelry, personally. Not a fan. Oh, then I have those other 2 over there, so, yeah. 11. Forgot about those. They don't fit in my box because they're called serpentine chains, so they don't fold up. Yeah, I mean, it would sell for scrap. Jewelry doesn't have, like, a second-hand premium unless it's, like, some big brand name. Like, if it was Tiffany or something like that, maybe it would have, like, some intrinsic value from the name, but no, all of this is just generic Italian silver, so... And when you buy silver in Italy, like jewelry, they just charge you spot anyway. You don't actually pay a premium for the necklace or the bracelet or whatever you're buying. It's just priced at spot. So, yeah, it doesn't have any sort of premium. But yeah, it's all sterling silver. So 92.5%. I ordered a testing magnet today, so when I get all these coins from this one guy I bought from, I can see if any of them are brass. Just in case they're not real. I don't really research stocks. I mean, the way I have my account set up now is I just have all my money, like, in my personal account and tobacco stocks for the high dividend yield. And then I have, like, that meta stock that I have. But, my 401k is just set up to go into a S&P 500 index fund. So, I mean, I don't really necessarily care about my 401k for theoretically the next 30-something years, so... You know, by then I'm sure it'll have gone up regardless of what the market does short term. blam. Yeah, the only difference between lab and natural diamonds now is that lab diamonds are too perfect. Which, you know, the amount of Jew magic needed to convince me that something is too perfect is ridiculous. Like, that's some absolute fucking Hebrew magic to try and convince you that you shouldn't buy the more perfect item because it's not heckin' natural, dude. Like, okay, so let me buy a gem that has a lower quality, but because it's naturally occurring, somehow it's worth 10 times that amount? Like, fuck that, dude. So I'm gonna buy something that's damaged, basically, for 10 times the price of something that's perfect. And both are completely chemically indistinguishable from each other. They're the exact same thing. Like, that is some next level fucking Jew magic, bro. Period. Period. Like, that is some absolute scam shit. Yeah, let me buy the inferior product for 10 times the price because heckin' Goldberg McSheckelstein told me that, you know, it's the greatest value ever, dude. Like, oh, you want the real thing, goyim? Well, no, Troy ounces date back to the time of the, I believe, Romans, right? When were Troy ounces created? Yeah, Roman weight. That's what I thought. The concept likely stems from the Roman system of dividing bars into 12 ounces. So 12 ounces, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it has its, like, origin in the Romans. Like, form of measurement. But... But it also says it was officially adopted for precious metals in England by King Henry VIII in 1527. And the U.S. in 1828 adopted that model as well. So yeah, that's what I thought. I'm pretty sure it's how the Romans divided their bars. It had something to do with that. So yeah, if you buy a pound of silver, you have to make sure that you're getting 16 troy ounces and not 16 ounces. Because I think an ounce is, what, 27 grams, and a troy ounce is 31.1, so the troy ounces have, you know, significantly more weight to them. So you want to make sure you're buying a pound of silver, which is 16 troy ounces. Not 16 regular ounces, or else they're gonna, you know, fleece you. Damn, bro, I'm already, like, my neck is already starting to get fatigued having all these fucking chains on. I don't know how these, you know, YNs do this shit with, like, the heavy-ass chains. I don't like that feeling. Alright, it's coming off. It's coming off. Damn. Yeah, I already feel, like, the weight off on that. Jesus. That shit sucks, man. I don't know why you would pay to do that to yourself. I ain't an RN? I guess not, bro. Shit. Well, dude, the Jews, like, so the whole reason why silver and gold chains became a thing is because the Jews used to use those to sneak gold and silver out of countries that restricted the flow of precious metals so that they could move gold and silver undetected between borders. So they would wear it as chains underneath their clothing, and that way no one would know that they were carrying a bunch of gold and silver with them. I mean, you think about it, it's a pretty effective way to transport it, you know? It'd be practically undetectable unless you strip searched everybody. Tuck your chain, white boy. Shit. I'm gonna melt my chain. Maybe I should just get a sterling silver bar and have him melt it. Should weigh it and see how much all this stuff is, because I would definitely like to cash it out. Don't really have a desire to keep jewelry. Some grills? Oh shit. I need to get myself some girls too, dude. Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get the whole jewelry thing. I would have a nice, like, watch or something like that, but jewelry? I could care less about. Yeah, dude, the guys that wear those shitty ass stainless steel ring sets that they get off of the fucking Temu shop on TikTok, like, that shit's I don't know. That shit looks gay as fuck. Or with the fucking dangly cross earring, like. Yeah, that's like the quickest way to spot a cocksucker. Shit. I already have a crucifix. I don't know. Yeah, the only ring I would wear is like a wedding ring, or maybe a signet ring, but I don't know. Maybe not on that. But at this rate, bro, I'm probably never gonna need a wedding ring. Brutal. My lonely chud self will be completely ringless. I mean, the question you need to ask yourself is, do you believe your ancestors or do you believe what other people say about them? Is the question that why people need to start asking themselves. Because, you know, it's getting ridiculous now. Do I know who Lana Rhodes is? Unfortunately, yeah. She's ugly. And she has a mixed-raced kid. Shocking. Dude, I keep getting recommended that one guy's videos on Instagram of the fucking sports cattle dude with the wife with the mixed-raced kid.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
It's just, like, so obnoxious, bro. I'll be, like, browsing a reel on fucking Instagram, and then all of a sudden I'll hear his stupid fucking intro. And it's like, oh, God. It's time for my daily dose of Zog prop. Saberan with a 5. I got a stainless steel chain with my old Pokewalker on it. I wear it every day. Still works too. Got the Spike War Pichu in it. Doesn't transfer. Oh, that's funny, man. Is that just out of habit or because you like it? I used to carry my Pokewalker everywhere, but then one day at carpool, I guess it fell out of my pocket and it got flattened by a truck with my Lugia inside of it, so ever since then, I never used them again. I had to replay the whole game in order to get another Lugia. That just sucked. Although looking back on it, Heart Gold and Soul Silver were both really good games, but bit of both, honestly. Nice, man. At least Adriana Chechik. Oh, God. Yeah, the piss bitch. That's fine, bro. If your standard of my heckin' favorite porn star supports my favorite video game is the woman who fucking pisses herself, then that's fine. More power to you. Layla. Oh, is that the chick that got like super botched back in the day? Like the fucking duck face and massive fake tits and the BBL. That name sounds familiar. Uh-oh, there we go. Shit. Did you see that streamer opening up about her boyfriend abusing her? Dude, you're a fool if you believe female streamers. They literally make their money lying about men in order to, you know, farm sympathy shekels from their simp audience. So, I don't believe a fucking word that comes out of a female Twitch streamer's mouth, to be completely honest. Those bitches lie for a living. User with the 2, watch Rich's new video. Okay. Yeah, there's not one group of people that's more incentivized to lie on this planet than female content creators. Period. Period. Those bitches get paid to lie. First, they latch on to a man that's more popular than them in order to promote their own career. They lie about him to take away his audience and career. And then, once that initial sympathy wave runs out, or their viewership starts to decline, or the money stops coming in like it used to, they pick their next target, rinse and repeat. So, many such cases. Well, yeah, Amaranth's entire thing was completely fucking fake. She's still with her husband. I think she's admitted that it was all fake. I don't know, bro. Like, again, these bitches, all they do is lie. So, female content creators literally get off and get paid from having all the attention of the world directed on them. So they will do anything and everything they can to keep that attention focused on them. No, I guarantee you it was all just fake. Dude, do you really think a woman that makes millions of dollars a year being a whore on the internet would stick with her husband who physically abuses her? Of course fucking not. She's gonna get everything in a divorce, especially if they don't have kids. And on top of that, she has unlimited earning potential. And plus her being single again makes her even more desirable to the simps. So it would be more of a net positive business decision for Amaranth to dump her husband and become single. So the fact that she didn't tells you that it's fake. Women will leave guys because they get bored, much less if they're getting beaten. Saber ran with a 10. I had a copy of Soul Silver I was flipping. Still in box with Walker when my house fire had. Oh shit, that sucks, man. I lost a lot of my stuff. I'm back home finally and looking through what survived. I found Soul Silver, but no Walker. That sucks, man. That's brutal, dude. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, that's kind of one of my fears, is like I have a fire or something that destroys a lot of my collectibles. It's like, shit. I'm glad something survived, though.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Well, I don't know if I'd really care too much about flooding, because one, I'm in an apartment, and two, all my stuff is elevated off the floor, so that's not really a concern. Plus, most of my stuff I have in my actual, like, place is slabbed, so... Like, let's say the sprinklers got set off. I don't think it would actually hurt anything, because they're encased in plastic, so... I think it'd be okay. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. But I have most of my stuff in the PSA vault, which is all insured, so... Yeah, I don't know. There's like a part of me that wants to just get rid of all my collectibles and just take the money, but it's like, what am I going to even do with the money? It's like, I'm not going to buy a house where I live now, and there's not anything else I'd spend it on. So it just kind of would be pointless. Let's see. Schizo Garcia with the 2. I would... Wait. I would abuse female Twitch streamers? Oh yeah, dude. Facial abuse. Hell yeah. Let's make that mascara run, bitch. Make him go live right after, bro. Brutal. The simps would all kill themselves. Do you guys remember that story way back in the day about the one girl that did porn like on her 18th birthday or some shit? Who had like a super wealthy Jewish banker dad, and like she did like some hardcore like face fucking video or some shit, and the dad spent like millions and millions of dollars trying to erase it from the internet or something like that. Do you guys remember that shit from back in the day? That was like one of those internet stories that got passed around a lot from when I was younger. How could you forget her? There you go, PK. But yeah, I think she was like half Jewish, half Asian or something like that. And she did like some, you know, hardcore, you know, face fucking video or some shit. And yeah, her dad like bought the porn video rights from the company and then like spent millions of dollars trying to remove it from the internet. But you can still find it to this day because, you know. I don't remember her name. You could look it up. Here, let's see. Daughter of Jewish banker porn video. Let's see. Nope, I can't find it. Her dad passed away and she found a cuck to be with. Brutal, man. Let me see. Oh, that's just a fucking porn site. Oh, apparently her dad worked at Goldman Sachs. There you go. That's the bank. Alright, yeah, I can't find it. But I'm sure you can look it up if you want to watch the video. Was she hot? I think so, yeah. If I remember correctly, she was pretty hot. Well, dude, let's just put it this way. Most girls that have a good father are not going to do that type of shit anyway. It's, you know, trash that's raised by more trash. You know, the porn industry doesn't usually, you know, attract winners in life. So the type of people that get involved in porn are typically, you know, lower tier members of society, let's just say. It's not really the best and brightest, or, you know, most loved people. Psyop them into gooning? Oh, yeah, man. Yogi Bear with the 20. Really appreciate it, man. Here's some shekels to help fund your therapist appointments after listening to PK. Well, I greatly appreciate it, man. Trust me, it's needed more than ever. Her name is Kelly Wang. There you go. But yeah, with PK around, I definitely need someone to talk to, man. A safe space where I can express myself and all of my problems. So I appreciate it, dude. Big ups. The Saber ran with the 10. Pokemon stuff. Survived because took it with me. I'm betting the restoration people picked through and took... Oh, yeah, definitely. I also have magic cards that are bent, burnt, water, bricks, all fused together. True horror? That's brutal, man. Jeez. That sucks. Damn, guess I'm low tier? What, are you a active porn star? I mean, for dudes, I don't really know if the same thing applies, though, because, like, most guys in porn, nobody even cares about. They don't even get paid that much. You work in the set? I thought you worked at a shop, though. I didn't think you were, like, actually, you know, partaking in the scenes. I feel like the dudes, though, it's different, because it's like, you know, nobody actually cares about the men in porn videos. Unless you're Wings of Redemption and he wants to look at a pretty penis. But yeah, it's mostly the chicks, I would say, that are the low-tier members of society. Because, like, let's face it, bro, nobody cares that, like, Johnny Sins is out here fucking a bunch of bitches, you know? You have a few videos out there? Damn. Yeah, a key that opens many locks is valuable, but a lock that opens for many keys is worthless. So, that's kind of the way to take it. The gay stuff is what makes male porn stars the most money. Yup. Yup. Just like women fucking black guys makes them the most money because, you know, racial cuckoldry. Gotta psyop the generations, dude. That comes out of the annual Mossad budget, though, so, you know. Am I a gooner? Oh yeah, dude. Every day, every minute, every hour. Goon, goon, goon. I'm gooning right now. Yeah, it's a pretty fucked up industry though. It's like that one company, I forgot what it was called, but it was the one where the chick who was like married to the military guy went and did the scene right after he deployed. That company, I think, got busted for basically, you know, flying these women out under like a pretense of doing some sort of modeling shoot. They would either drug them or blackmail them. And say, like, well, now that you're here, we're not going to pay for your return flight. We're not going to pay for your hotel. You are on the spot for all this shit now, so you owe hundreds or thousands of dollars if you want to get home and, like, all this other shit. Or you can film a porn scene, and then what they would do is then, you know, threaten to release the girls' real names and shit on the video titles if they didn't do more scenes or do extreme shit. Like, you know, ultimate fucking Israeli shit. But yeah, that company was definitely funded by Mossad. %100%. Yeah, girls do porn, that one. Shalom, indeed, yeah. Indeed. Griffin is anti-American. He doesn't want you making money. That's right. I only want to be the one making money. Real talk. Well, no, it doesn't start out as modeling. It's actually the opposite. It starts off as porn with the promise of becoming a model. Like, oh, if you just suck his dick on camera, then we can get you into a photo shoot with this company. Or, oh, if you just get fucked by this black guy and, you know, it's on camera, you know, we'll, you know, that's basically how it starts, is not the other way around. They make you do porn with the promise of going into legit modeling when there's no actual legit modeling on the other end. It's just them, you know, taking advantage of people. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a case you could make that, you know, a lot of these bitches knew exactly what was going on, so you don't feel too bad for them. But the thing is, it's like, in the cases of the companies like Girls Do Porn and stuff, where they, like, literally financially blackmail the women, it's like, okay, yeah, that's a little different. Like, that's straight up fucking extortion and blackmail, and, you know, there was cases of them even drugging them and, like, you know, taking advantage of them that way. Like, that's fucked up. But yeah, the bitches who are like, oh yeah, I'll suck cock in order to get a modeling job and then have remorse for it. It's like, okay, yeah. Nope. Boo fucking who. That's on you. Like, if you willingly decided to film porn in order to further your career, just like the Hollywood sluts that slept with producers in order to get roles, like, I don't really feel much sympathy for them, but the ones who are genuinely taken advantage of in, like, an illegal manner, then yeah, that's pretty fucked.
Can't afford this shit!
Saber Ram with the 2. Oh my god, Griff, I want to collab with you. I don't know if that came through well or not, but yeah, I don't know. I can't do my throat goat noise right now.
Either subscribe, donate, or get
Johnny's
the fuck
with
out.
the 20 months. Appreciate it, man. What is to be the next major Square Enix remake after 7? Probably Final Fantasy 9 would be my guess. That thing is the last remaining game in the NVIDIA leaks from X number of years ago. And pretty much every single game on that list has released, so Final Fantasy 9 remake is the only one that has not, so my guess is at some point that would be it. I mean, it's the worst kept secret in the gaming industry for years now. Schizo Garcia with the 5, despite only being one person. PK is responsible for all BBC threads on 4chan. Also, watch My Oshi Elfin Saya. Is that a YouTube video? Alright, yeah, I'll look it up. What just happened with the Clintons? Oops. There we go. Did I see the people who made Code Violet? I'm not familiar with it. Our copyright striking channel shitting on the game. They did it to Dreamcast guy back in 2023 for Quantum. Oh, the Quantum Error Studio. Okay, yeah. I don't know what their new game looks like, but that's pretty shitty. Jeez. What music is this? This is Sunset Waltz from Final Fantasy 15. It's like the main kind of overworld music. Yeah, Final Fantasy 15 has probably the best soundtrack overall in terms of range. It's genuinely great. Oh shit. I was trying to change the tab back. Fuck. There we go. Yeah, Square Enix has the best music, bro, in gaming, period. I can't think of a single other studio that has better music. My favorite porn star from back in the day? There was like 3 main ones I watched, but I would probably say my favorite from back in the day was this one chick called Crystal Boyd, and then the other 2 I liked were Mia Malkova and Remy LaCroix. Those are like the 3 I mainly watched in my younger years. I don't know if any of them are still active today, but those were the main 3 I watched. Riley Reid? Fuck no. She had a tattoo, bro. That shit was gross. If Square Enix does another Final Fantasy remake, I'd want them to do one for 6 or 8. Yeah, I think 9 will be the next one, given that that's just been leaked so many times at this point. But yeah, they said that, well, the 2D HD team wants to do a Final Fantasy 6 remake in the style of Octopath Traveler and like the Dragon Quest HD 2D games. So that, I think, would be a good fit, although I would love for them to do like a full-fledged Final Fantasy VI in a style like Final Fantasy VII Remake. I think that'd be awesome, with like actual real-time combat and shit. That didn't kill both? Shit. Fuck. Griff, 2 of the porn stars you mentioned are men. Uh-oh. This is from Final Fantasy IX, I'm pretty sure. This song. Let's see. Yup. I think they should just let Hamaguchi do all the fucking remakes from now on after 7 remake. He should be the remake guy. Yeah, I think Final Fantasy 17 will probably have combat similar to Final Fantasy Remake. I would hope, at least. I think Final Fantasy 16 had decent combat. The problem was it was just way too ability spam reliant. Like, you basically did no damage until you used your abilities, so it just felt like padding to fucking sit there and wail on an enemy while waiting for your meters to charge. So... yeah, there's a mod you can download where it's like unlimited ability usage, and the game looks so much fucking better. Like, it looks so cool. With just unlimited fucking cooldown. Like, it's awesome looking. Like, that's what it should have been like. Well, to be fair, a lot of characters die in a lot of Final Fantasy games, but yeah, I've heard 9, a lot of them die.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Johnny's of the 5, is Final Fantasy Type 0 HD worth playing? It's been sitting untouched in my Steam library since forever. I need to retry that game at some point, because I remember I bought it when it originally came out, because it had the Final Fantasy 15 demo. And that's all I cared about when I bought it, is I wanted the demo for Final Fantasy 15. So I played it for like 10 minutes on Xbox, didn't really ever get into it. I never gave it like a real fair shot. But I don't know. I mean, some people like it. It's definitely a PSP game, which I like Crisis Core a lot. So I would imagine I would like Type 0, but I don't know. I don't really have too much experience with it outside of just buying it to get the Final Fantasy 15 demo. Yeah, that's how a lot of, well, at least the older Final Fantasies, that's what it seems like, at least. They're like the facade of medieval, and then it becomes very sci-fi. That's kind of the Final Fantasy, I guess, phenotype, though, is like, you know, a mixture of classic Western fantasy tropes along with, like, Japanese sci-fi. So, I think that's what gives Final Fantasy its really unique feel. Well, 16 technically didn't abandon it. It was just only in the last, like, 10 minutes of the game. It was, like, in the last 10 minutes of the game. But they did a really shitty job of explaining the plot in Final Fantasy 16 with, like, Ultima and his origin, because like he's not even an alien, which is the part like that nobody understands. It's like he's literally just from the other continent. Like apparently Ultima's not even like an actual extraterrestrial. He's just literally from a different part of the planet. So it's like, they did a really bad job of explaining that character. He just kind of appears out of nowhere, and it's like, yep, he's lay heckin' evil, dude. Well, technically, Final Fantasy 1 is a sci-fi setting too, but maybe that's only after you play Stranger in Paradise. Yeah, I agree. Barnabas would have been a better main villain. Agreed. Ultima just kind of appears out of nowhere, and you're just like, oh yeah, he's evil, dude. That's it. What other game are we talking about that it's like literally the exact same story? Shit. Or it's like the main character... Oh, Nier. Nier. That's what it was. Yeah, Ultima just felt like a shitty copy of the Shadow Lord from Nier. It's like basically the same premise. It's the main character is actually his vassal. And that's like the entire story. Very one-dimensional. I don't know. Let's see. Huh. It looks like Type 0 doesn't run very well on Steam, but I don't know. I don't have it on Steam. I was just checking. But apparently it has issues with the port. I'm pretty sure I have it on console, though. Speaking of Xenoblade, I just remembered I found my original Switch. Dude, this thing's so tiny. Oh my god. Jeez. I need to transfer my save files from that Switch to my Switch 2. Dude, the Switch 1 is really small, damn. Wow. This thing feels portable compared to the Switch 2. Such a cool console, though, man. I really love the Switch. It's like the perfect form factor for a console like this. I'll probably never sell my original launch Switch just because, you know, my heckin' nostalgia, you know. But I had some good times with this little console. It went all the way through college with me. If I end up getting a Switch 2, I'm buying every Xenoblade game. Yeah, I need to play more Xenoblade. Yeah, dude, it's the perfect RPG machine because you can just turn it off and turn it on and play, grind a little bit. Like, you can watch TV while you're sitting there playing it handheld. Like, it's great. I love the Switch. The Switch is an awesome console, and the Switch 2 is just that but better. So I don't understand how people are like, bro, it fucking sucks. Yeah, it's very hate, like forced hate, it feels like. Very forced hate. I forgot how long the Switch takes to charge to turn it on the first time, though. Bro, the Steam Deck. Holy shit. I don't know if y'all have the same problem, but like whenever I decide to turn on my Steam Deck for the first time in 8 months, like literally I'll just have it sitting there plugged in for like 50 minutes before I can turn it on. It's ridiculous how long that fucking thing takes to charge. Maybe it's because I'm not using the original charger, but like holy fuck, man. It takes forever. Like, I'm using my laptop charger from work, which is more powerful on a wattage basis, but I guess it's not drawing the correct amount. I don't know. That thing takes forever, man. Jeez. But it's only to turn on, because once it turns on, then it starts drawing power properly and charges quickly. So it's like this really weird thing where it's like, the system just doesn't want to fucking turn on. But then once it does, it charges normally. I don't know. I probably should sell my Steam Deck because I don't use it. Should probably just stick it on eBay and see if it sells. I've had it for how many years, and I've used it like 5 times. I would just rather play Switch, honestly. Buy a Zog Ally? I'm not gonna buy myself. But yeah, no. I don't know, dude. I would rather use the Switch. It's a much more polished experience. The games run fine. The battery life is better in my experience, and I don't know. It's just, I don't use it. Sold mine and got the Iron Thor instead. Yeah, I want one of those, man. Once I finally accumulate some more money, I'm gonna probably order one. Tim Marco, the 279, Switch 2, bad stuff's getting old, time to move on. Agreed, man. I don't know, I've had more fun this past year playing Switch 2 than pretty much anything else. Like, you know, Mario Kart nights have been always very fun. I really like Donkey Kong Bonanza a lot. I think Kirby Air Riders, for what it is a really cool, kind of like just niche, different game. I mean, Metroid Prime 4 is not really to my taste. I need to try out the Hyrule Warriors game at some point, too, because I've heard that's pretty decent. But, I don't know, man. Like, it's just Nintendo, I feel like, always brings good games through the course of a generation. Oh, yeah, dude, the Switch Lite is tiny. It's very small. Let me check. I don't know. I know I have Age of Calamity. I don't know if I have the first, Hyrule Warriors or not. I have to check my game box over there. Yeah, I think it was, what, 2 years in between the launch of the Switch 1 and the Switch Lite, so my guess is we'll probably get another, like, Switch 2 Lite console. I don't know how small they'll be able to make it, but I imagine it would be pretty small in comparison as well. Switch vouchers end at the end of the month. You can snag 2 Switch games for 100 instead of 120 if you have Switch Online. Oh yeah, I bought Tears of the Kingdom and I think Fire Emblem Engage with that. Yeah, it's a pretty good deal, especially if they're recent releases that you want. I've never had stick drift on any of my Nintendo Switches, nor on my Pro Controller or anything, so I don't know. It's not an issue I ever dealt with. Yeah, say what you will about Final Fantasy 13, the music is really good. I like the overall aesthetic of Final Fantasy 13 as well.
I can't afford this shit!
It's just as linear as Final Fantasy 16 or even Final Fantasy 10. So, it's not like that. I mean, yeah, it is linear, but it's not out of character for, you know, the franchise entirely. I mean, let's put it this way. It's just about as linear as Expedition 33, but it's not a problem because it has heckin' parry mechanics, dude.
I can't afford this shit!
Tim Marco with the 279. Switch 2 Lite will probably be a 6-inch screen. That would be my guess. I think it'll be somewhere in between the Switch Lite and the original Switch, but yeah, it really just depends, because I know, like, the child audience especially really, like, the Switch Lite appeals to because it's so small. But I don't know, it really just depends on how much they can fit inside the form factor. I don't know how restricted the chassis of the Switch 2 already is with the components. And 7-Minute Man with the 2. Appreciate it, man. Almost finished 1/6 of a 96-hour work week. Damn, bro, that's brutal. 6 16-hour days? Jeez. Hopefully you're making some very good overtime money for that. Damn. That's rough. Doing 5 doubles and 2 normal shifts for 6 weeks straight. Damn, man. Is this a labor-intensive job or just kind of like a desk job? Either way, I hope you're getting some, you know, very good compensation for that. Or desk job? Okay, that's good. Yeah, I would almost rather have Monster Hunter Rise 2 than Monster Hunter Wilds on the Switch. Monster Hunter Rise was super fast-paced, which, I mean, Wilds is as well, too, but yeah, I prefer Rise to World, personally. Still can't turn on the Switch. Wilds has to have an absolutely kick-ass fucking DLC. That's the only way. Like, it's got to come out with a really good PC patch to, you know, fix the issues. And the DLC has to be, like, absolutely just a fucking straight-up banger. I mean, the fact that they've never fixed the actual performance issues on PC is pretty wild. Because I want to buy it on PC, but if it runs like shit, I'm not going to. I actually really enjoyed playing Monster Hunter Wilds. It was one of my favorite games from last year. Other than the SAR child, but, you know. Jay, just enjoy with the 2. Switch Lite reminds me of the 3DS, both handheld. Yeah, they're actual both portable consoles, which you could even make the case that the Switch Lite's still not as portable as old Nintendo hardware was, but it's definitely more portable than a normal Switch or Switch 2, that's for sure, and especially something like a Steam Deck or a Zog Ally.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Noah Humbard with the 5. The Episcopal Church is an example of country club Christianity, basically not even caring about God and caring more about the woke crowd. Yeah, it's basically like, tell me I'm a good person and make me feel good about myself type of religion. Where it's like you don't want any standards or to be held to any level of scrutiny or anything like that. You just want to be told you're a good person and you're wonderful the way you are, blah, 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 you know, reaffirm all my fuck-ups in life, and yeah.
Respect trans kids, affirm trans rights, stand with Ukraine, Black Lives Matter, trans visibility is valid.
Pretty much, man. Pretty fucking much. I don't know, man. I'm just kind of at the point now where it's like, I really do like my Switch a lot. Like, I think Nintendo has a form factor made of gold with the Switch 2 and the Switch 1. Like, it's perfect. It's everything I've ever fucking wanted from a Nintendo console, is the ability to play my portable games, like, on the TV. That was, like, always the dream as a kid, is being able to do that. Like, you got a taste of it with the GameCube and the Game Boy, you know, adapter. Like, that was awesome. But, you know, there was always kind of like that desire, like, dude, I wish I could play my DS games on the TV or whatever with better graphics and stuff. It's like, it's the perfect solution to that problem, where you have 2 Nintendo platforms basically in one, whereas in the past you had to buy a DS and a Wii, or a 3DS and a Wii U, or, you know, a Game Boy and a GameCube, or whatever else. It's like, now you don't even have to think about that. It's like, I just have all my games here. They play great on TV and in handheld. So, I really, really like the Switch form factor, and it's just, it's honestly a fun console to use. But yeah, I agree, the Steam Deck is, you know, it's not uncomfortable, but yeah, if you hold it for more than 30 minutes, you kind of start getting the fatigue. Stop bing bing wahooing, Griff. Never! My guess is in the future, there's probably going to be a lot of modded Switch Lites. Like, the Switch Lite, I feel like, is the perfect candidate for, like, the hardware modding community, where they're just going to buy up a bunch of, like, $40, $50 Switch Lites, and they'll do a screen swap on it with, like, an OLED display, find some way in the software to unlock the frame rate or something. I don't know. I feel like there's going to be a lot of people that do that shit. It's going to be one of those, you know, conversion consoles people do a lot of, where they basically make it like a little retro emulator machine. I hate batteries and would prefer to only deal with them with my phone or control. Yeah, fair enough. Do you know what I don't understand what Nintendo should, like, do that they don't? Is, like, prime example with, like, the Switch Lite, they should have made, like, variants of it with, like, a metal chassis or something for, like, a premium price. They probably could have made, like, the ultimate Switch Lite or whatever, where you could swap out the thumbsticks, it had, like, a metal chassis, you know, the upgraded screen... Like, just shit like that. Like, I wish they would kind of just go all out with, like, the customization stuff on the special editions. I would definitely do that. You did that with yours already? Nice. I think I missed your super chat, Oski. Let's see. Here's hoping I get a sequel to Brothership. Yeah, I'm not sure. Isn't that like an outsourced studio? So I guess maybe it's possible. I don't. Does Nintendo make those in-house or not? I'm not sure. Sadly, Brothership underperformed. We're more likely to see another Paper Mario. Yeah, I would assume so, because they just did that re-release of Thousand Year Door, and I think that did very well. What iteration is this? Oh, just the remastered one. I still think it's pretty badass at the Tokyo Olympics. They had the Japanese national team walk out to the Final Fantasy theme. That shit was pretty baller, dude. Australia's trying to pass the same free speech bill that the UK... Oh, that's in the UK. Yeah, it would be over at that point. For sure. Yeah, I think they had Monster Hunter, they had Dragon Quest, Final Fantasy, and a few others. I don't remember. But, yeah. I do not have the original.
All right, awesome.
Hyrule
Thanks,
Warriors.
nigga. All right.
Just checked. See if eBay has one. That's a pretty good deal. Alright. Yeah, I'll probably buy that. I'm trying to get all the first party Switch 1 games, at least, physical. So, I want to have the whole Nintendo library on there. Prime 4 Tears of the Kingdom. If you like Breath of the Wild, I would get Tears of the Kingdom, personally. I don't really think Metroid Prime 4 is anything special. It's incredibly mediocre, if you ask me. It just feels like a game that exists. It's not really anything special. Of 13 Sentinels? I'm pretty sure, yeah. I can check. Yeah, the Zelda movie's still happening. No Humbard with the 5. Appreciate it, man. Progressive Christians are as absurd as rich Marxists. They clearly don't care about logic or reality. Like, you clearly don't love God. Why pretend? Yeah, it's just basically a cope that, you know, they can be assured that they're good people. You know, that's what the leftists are always, you know, obsessed with, is being perceived as the heckin' good guys, dude. So, yeah. They care more about how it reflects on them than anything else. It's all vanity. If you have a Switch OLED, yeah, I'd definitely get Tears of the Kingdom over Metroid Prime 4. I've heard Prime 4 doesn't really run well on Switch 1. Plus, it's an FPS game that's locked at 30 frames, so... I'm still trying to think what I should do with all my copies of Drakengard 3. I have like 30 copies of that game. Which I think it's like up to $50 or something. I paid $20 a piece for them. So I'm debating if I want to sell them or not. I don't think Square Enix in its current state would ever remaster Drakengard, unfortunately. You know, it seems like they've kind of been infiltrated by, you know, woke leftist, you know, Westerners. Now, granted, they just closed down their American operations, so maybe it'd be less of a problem, but it seems like they've kind of tried to veer away from the whole sexual degenerate kind of side of Japanese media, which is kind of a shame, because, you know, it's what Kind of gives Japanese games their charm. Yeah, if I just had fuck you money, bro, that would be one of the companies I'd buy, personally. Just as a, you know, a pet project. I would love to own Square Enix. That would be a fun company to have. Like, all the IPs, all the potential, like, it's just so underutilized. It's kind of sad. You could really make a fucking fortune with Square Enix if you, you know, properly utilize their IPs and franchises and characters and everything like that. Like, bro, why the fuck is Tifa, like, not in Fortnite or something? Like, I don't know, bro. It's just, there's a lot of stuff that I really have to question. Like, Final Fantasy XIV, I feel like, is incredibly underutilized. They don't use it to market their big release games and stuff. It's just very odd. I don't know. Alright, let me check. I'm gonna see if I have the copy of that game. Yeah, I do have a copy of 13 Sentinels. Type Moon? Oh, for Fate? Yeah, that would be a pretty decent one. I haven't ever watched any of Type Moon's other properties, but I have a few. Dude, that's actually a stonk, bro. Like, if you buy those collector's editions, Type Moon physical releases for, like, what was the last one? Tasuka Hime or whatever the fuck? Like, that was when Best Buy had a buy two, get one free Switch sale. I bought, like, 12 copies of it for the Switch. Sealed. Like, brand new. They were $80 a piece. When you average the cost, it was, like, a little over, what, $56 each? Or something like that. But those are worth quite a bit of money now. If you buy the Western releases of the visual novels. Witch of the Holy Night or something like that. I think that's like a $200 PS4 game just for the disc. Not even for the collector's edition, like, items. So, those are a stonk if you can get them at release, because they go up in value a lot. They get one release and that's it. Like, you can buy them digital, but, you know, the type of people that like visual novels, they collect the physical copies.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
You own a physical copy of Witch and the Holy Knight? Yeah, I own multiple. I have the Switch version, the PS4 version, and I think I have an unsealed PS4 version too that I got on an eBay auction for like 50 bucks. But yeah, here, let me check. I haven't recently looked. Like, I just have so much weird shit like that, gaming-wise, that I don't keep track of it. Tsukahime, a piece of... let's see. So, the PS4 version is selling for $120, which I think that's the censored one, right? So, that one's lower. What's the Switch one at? The Switch one is at $185. So, there you go. If you have the Switch version sealed, it's $185, and it was $80 at release. Yeah, pre-owned it sells for $150, brand new $180, $185, $160, $189. Okay, so yeah, almost $200. So 4x your money if you got that deal at Best Buy. Isn't Tsukahime the sequel to Witch on the Unholy Knight, though? Or, I don't know. I don't know the order. I've never actually played them. Oh, yeah. Well, dude, the studio that does the openings is Ufotable. Or UFO Table, however you want to say it. And they're the animation studio that did Fate Zero. Like, bro, they are fucking god tier when it comes to, like, the quality of the animations and stuff. Like, even if you don't like the show that they made, like, it's almost worth watching it just because of how fucking clean it looks. They do a super good job with animation. So, yeah.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Schizo Garcia with the 2, Tsuhuki, or fuck, I can't speak. Tsukahime remake. Got rid of the seg scenes. Yeah, that's because Type Moon started out as like a porn game studio. And then they kind of transitioned into being a more legitimate animation studio. So they started out making porn games. And then, you know, kind of went more legit, if you want to call it that, when it came to game design and stuff. But yeah. And let's see. Noah Humbard with the 10. I don't like people praising Putin. He's a dictator, but facts, the EU is also a dictatorship, and Starmer and the others should be in tribunals for human rights violation or abuses. They are just as bad, if not worse. I mean, this is the thing I'll say about Putin, is Putin at least acts in the interest of his own country. Keir Starmer and co. are literally destroying theirs. Like, it's not even like, I don't know if I would even say it's like a comparable scenario. Like, yeah, Putin is a dictator and stuff, and you can definitely question how legit the elections are in Russia, but it seems like for the most part, Putin does not have a genuine disdain for his own people, and is genuinely trying to make the country better for Russia and Russians. Keir Starmer and other EU leaders are, like, literally trying to destroy Western civilization in real time. Like, they're speedrunning their own population's eradication. So... yeah, Keir is probably the worst example of a European leader I've ever fucking seen. That guy is absolutely batshit crazy. Yeah, he should probably be hanged, drawn, and quartered for, you know, his wonderful leadership tenure. Yeah, I'm debating, honestly, if I want to even wait for the Switch 2 version of Remake to come out. I kind of just want to replay it now. I've debated on if I should just start it on PC and just play it on there. And then I can just play Remake on the Switch in my own time.
I can't afford this shit!
Damn, they definitely reused this song. They used this in Advent Children. Hold on. Yeah, let me see. That sounds very similar. It's not going to be the exact, but it sounds pretty similar. You should? Yeah, I think it'd be better for people to watch on PC as well, because it'd be cleaner looking. Dude, basically Russia is the boomers' boogeyman. They blame Russia for everything, so they have an excuse to import 50 million more immigrants. Jay, just enjoy with the 2. Secrets of Evermore is my favorite Squaresoft game. I've never played that. Yeah, exactly, dude. Boomers are terrified of, you know, nuclear energy because back in Chernobyl, dude. Yeah, it's retarded as fuck. This is one of my personal favorite Final Fantasy songs, but it's not in any of the games. They might put it in Rebirth part or Remake Part 3, which would be really cool. That would be a perfect way to end it. Yeah, it is just a steam engine, basically. Pretty much. Make water hot, get energy. Cry soy tears at the end of part, possibly. Who knows, dude? Anything's possible, right? Drakengard 3. Damn, dude, $90? Holy shit. Yeah, 83, 89, 97, 782 sold at $90. Bro, holy fuck, man. Damn. I'm glad I was buying those. That one website, VGP, for a long ass time had them in stock for 20 bucks a piece. And I would just order like 5 at a time. Jeez, man. That's wild. Well, that's because Drakengard 1 and 2 are barely playable, so they're very poorly made games. I mean, Drakengard 3 is not that much better made, but it's much more playable compared to 1 and 2. Drakengard 1 and 2 are genuinely not fun. When it comes to the gameplay, it's like, I don't know, man. It's one of those games where the story is the main focus, and, you know, gameplay was secondary. That's kind of how the original Nier was as well, too. Like, Nier on PS3 and 360 was really not that great of a game gameplay-wise. Yes, they ported the OSTs to Steam, which makes people think, like, maybe they'll do a collection, but I don't know. Nier was awesome. Fuck off. Okay, which Nier did you play the original on 360? Because the gameplay in that game is not that great. If you played Nier Replicant, you played the version with Nier Automata's combat, pretty much. And it was a much better game from a gameplay mechanics standpoint. So, Nier 1 on the 360 and PS3 was not a good game from a gameplay perspective. It was like one of the most generic hack and slash Japanese games out there. So the story was always the main selling point of Nier until Automata came out, and it was actually really well done because they made the gameplay with Platinum Games. It has the same soundtrack. What are you talking about? Replicant and Nier have the exact same soundtrack.
I can't afford this shit.
The only difference is you play as the dad versus the brother, which I agree, playing as the dad is better. I wish they would have remastered that version instead, but the soundtracks between the two games are pretty much the exact same. No, I think Platinum Games is still around, but their founder left. They just put out Ninja Gaiden 4, so they're still around. I like the original Nier better than Automata, personally. I think the story in Nier is better than Automata, personally. I just like how depressing the Nier story is. Like, it's super black-pilled. The Nier Automata, like, the ending is more, you know, white-pilled versus the black-pilled nature of Nier Replicant. I don't know. This is the thing, is like, I like unhappy endings in media because they're so rare. And Nier Replicant definitely does not have what you would consider to be a happy ending if you pay attention to the story. I mean, just compare the credit song in each one. Like, Nier Automata's credit song is definitely more upbeat and hopeful, and, you know. And Nier Replicants is, like, super fucking dreary and dark. So...
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Bittersweet endings? Those are good, too. Like Final Fantasy 15, you mean? Where everybody dies, but it's, like, technically a good ending. Yeah, I like those. Those are good, too. I really like Final Fantasy 15's ending. That shit's fire. Final Fantasy 7? Kind of. I mean, Aerith is the only one who dies, so yes and no. Not really the same level, but kind of, yeah. Because she does make her appearance at the end. Yeah, Final Fantasy X's ending was pretty good.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I still think it's weak as fuck, bro, that Yoko Taro wanted them to put a sex scene in the Nier Automata anime. He was upset that he couldn't put a fucking sex scene in the anime because he wanted 9S and 2B to bang.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Which is pretty fucking funny, bro. Yeah, he is the ultimate gooner, bro. Like, I can only imagine, like, the shit they've had to turn down over the years because he just straight up wanted to make a porn game or something. Dude, I think they really just had no idea what the fuck they were doing with Final Fantasy X-2. I think they saw how successful it was, and they're like, shit, let's just recycle as many assets as possible, put in the fucking Gooner bait shit, and just hope it sells. I think that was like a pretty blatant example of a PS2 era asset flip cash grab. Which in that generation, there was a lot of that, especially from Japanese studios. And Western studios, too, with, like, the movie games and shit, but, yeah. It's just kind of a symptom of its time. Fuck you. Let's see. Calamity Tristan with a 2. Is Elon Omar really getting deported now? God willing. But I doubt it, honestly. Our judicial system's too compromised by, you know, foreign actors for that to happen. And Mario Dillon with the 5. Did you see the video of the Spanish news falling for the video of Venezuela president in Fortnite? It's hilarious how low IQ they are. Yeah, it's like the old saying goes, journalists are not people. So, bully them to your heart's content. Yeah, mainstream media journalists are fucking retarded, man. They're just paid propagandists. They have no ability to think for their, like, themselves. It's, yeah, wild. Oski with the 5. Final Fantasy 15 is still my favorite bittersweet ending game. Everyone may have died, but at least the world was saved. May the mother crystal shine upon us. Yeah, I really like the ending personally, and then like the final scene where it transitions to the logo, like really, really well done. And especially once you play the actual, you know, DLCs, it, like, makes even more sense, because it's, like, basically, you know, Noctis, you know, finalizing Arden's plan, despite the fact that, you know, he basically got corrupted along the way. So, it was, like, the culmination of, like, the original plan finally carried out after, like, the long lineage of kings and shit. But yeah, it was good. And Schizo Garcia with the 2 bad endings are always better written. Example, The Witcher 3. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
And let's see, gaming with the 1. Appreciate it, bro. I don't know, Final Fantasy 15 was one of those few games where it's like, once you finish it, you just don't want to play anything else for a very long time. You don't want to watch any, like, TV shows or watch any movies. Like, you just want to, like, cut yourself off from any other media. I don't know. It's, like, so peak that you just don't want to experience anything else for a while. Because I remember, like, when I did Final Fantasy 15, like, the first time, it was during my exam week, so I, like, binged the fuck out of the game in between my final exams. And, like, just for the
awesome.
next,
Thanks, nigga. All right.
I want to say month, I just did nothing but listen to the soundtrack. That shit was brutal! That shit was absolutely brutal. After Final Fantasy... Really? Final Fantasy 13 did that? Huh. I don't know. I didn't really have that deep of a connection with the story of Final Fantasy 13. Like, 13's story, you have to kind of look up outside of the game to make it make sense. Couldn't get through Final Fantasy 15. You don't like real-time strategy games? That is not a strategy game, bro. That's 14 that you're thinking of. That's the MMO. 15 is the third-person action game where you're, like, warping around the environment, throwing your sword. Like, I was depressed that I could never finish finish Lightning Returns and had to look it up. I did finish 13-2, though, as well as 13, but never Lightning Returns. I liked Lightning Returns for the most part. I don't know. I really like the aesthetic of 13 more than the story, I would say. Like, the story's fine, but I think the aesthetic is, like, the best part of the 13 trilogy. I wish Lightning Returns didn't have that time element, though. I know you can break it in the game, but it's just like one of those things that just like adds a layer of stress to your playthrough that I don't really like. Like, I don't want a fucking clock ticking down. Like, oh, you only have this much time to do this. It's like, that's irritating. Which I know you can basically, you know, ignore it with certain items in the game, but still, it just kind of irritates me. Like, it just bothers me, because it's like, you know, ticking in the back of my head, like, oh no, I only have this much time to do this, and it's like, just kind of takes away from your enjoyment. Yeah, Square Enix has always had amazing graphics in their games, so let's see. Gaming with the 5. Can we watch this real quick? Yeah. I can pull it up. It's after this match ends. Well, how they made friends with Aranea is she didn't agree with the whole demon infestation shit, so. Oh, the soundtrack to Final Fantasy 15 is like probably one of the best in gaming. I like it even more than Final Fantasy 7's soundtrack overall, which I love Final Fantasy 7's soundtrack. But I think 15's is probably better. I've never played 12 either. My game disc was corrupted that I bought of it, so. What the
These
fuck?
are evil people.
And tonight we continue our coverage of the deadly ICE shooting of 37-year-old Renee Good in Minneapolis.
The mayors of Minneapolis and St. Paul and
Get fucking bent, bitch.
Minnesota's Attorney General have now filed a lawsuit against the Trump administration. Our Mary McGuire joins us live with details. What are they alleging, Mary?
Well, Kelsey and Randy, city and state officials going so far as to say today that what's happening across the state of Minnesota is a federal invasion. As Democratic leaders sued the Trump administration, calling what's happening in the Twin Cities unconstitutional.
The deployment of thousands of armed, mass DHS agents to Minnesota has done our state serious harm.
Guard!
This is, in essence, a federal invasion of the Twin Cities and Minnesota, and it must stop.
No, that's not happening.
They allege the raids are having an impact on everything from schools to businesses and are straining public safety resources, with the number of agents topping the number of local sworn police officers in both Minneapolis and St.
Look at that subhuman, bro. Look at that thing. Look at that ghoul, too. Like, look at this thing, bro. How do you even look at someone that fucking fat and think they're a human being? Like, it's just disgusting. Which thing? This one. Look, watch. The thing that fucking shakes like a fucking, you know, Parkinson's patient as it walks down the street.
Local sworn police officers.
Look at her, bro. She's disgusting.
In both Minneapolis and St. Paul.
Ugh. Like, anyone who lets themselves get that fucking fat should be cut off from all social assistance. They should lose their human rights. Like, you're just a slab of meat at that point. You quite literally are no longer alive.
It's not just the tactics that are being used. It's the attack on the American people who are citizens. I wasn't born here. I'm carrying my ID with me. I'm carrying
Okay, then your opinion doesn't fucking matter, bitch. Get the fuck out.
Passport card and my ID with me all the time because I don't know when I'm going to be detained, when I'm going to be approached.
The lawsuit also demands
hopefully sooner rather than later, you dumb whore.
Agents stop using
Get the fuck out.
They call excessive force, stop wearing masks, and demands agents wear body-worn cameras. Now, this lawsuit will now make its way through the court system, but of course we have no concrete timeline on just how long it will take for a judge to rule on all of this. Today, Illinois' Attorney General filed a similar lawsuit in response to the immigration crackdown that's happening there.
Later that same evening.
I mean, does this lawsuit have any chance of doing anything?
No, I don't think so. What they're asking, the state of Minnesota is asking a federal judge to throw ICE out of the state and to prohibit ICE from enforcing federal law in the state. There's simply no precedent for that. These lawsuits, Illinois and Minnesota both filed similar lawsuits, have no precedent cited in there. To do that would violate the Supremacy Clause, which says the states cannot block the feds from doing their federal duties. The one thing that Minnesota might get out of this, depending on the judge could want a hearing and could ask ICE some of the questions you just asked Senator Klobuchar about training and protocols, but they're not going to win, but they might get some information.
Yeah! Come on, Patrick. The more the merrier.
Alien hunting! Alien hunting!
Shh, Patrick, don't let them know we're onto them. Look at him squirming
This was definitely edited by a millennial.
around in there.
Crows.
Well, plenty more where those came from.
Feliz Navidad.
Dude, I think Trump should just send in the fucking military and just start rounding people up. That's what I would do, personally. I would just deploy the entire fucking U.S. military and round every single fucking one of them up off the street, stick them in a fucking military internment camp, and send every goddamn one of them back. No trial, nothing. And then when someone goes, you can't do that, who's gonna fucking stop me, bitch? I am the military, you dumb whore. Come get them. Done. Then you just pardon yourself and then you're good to go. That's it. You can quite literally just do things now. Jay just enjoyed the 2. Okay. I guess it's that one. Why doesn't Trump send in the military to stop ICE? What? To stop ICE? Why would he do that?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All
right. Your average gamer with the 5. Didn't Tim Walz make a state law? Yep, in 2020 that said law enforcement are allowed to shoot oncoming vehicles that put their lives at risk. Well, no, it's not even that. It's that any vehicle moving at you at any speed is considered a life-threatening scenario and therefore validates self-defense and lethal force. So any vehicle moving at you in any particular speed is considered, you know, basically a self-defense criteria for law enforcement. And he signed that in 2020. So yeah, quite literally, it's legal under Minnesota law, which doesn't even really matter because it's a federal officer, so federal law applies to him. But yeah, it's pretty funny, man. Even if they did want to make up some bullshit state charge, it wouldn't stick. The music this stream is so key. What, the Final Fantasy music? Yeah. Just a bit, man. Just a bit of a Final Fantasy fan. Oh, was that a shotgun? Yeah. Nice. Oh, shit. Like, Minnesota's the epitome of the cuck husband, allowing the cheating wife to continue without doing it. Yeah, pretty much, man. That in, like, New England. It's just a bunch of cucked leftist whites.
You're fucking poor!
Who, you know, have for years lived so far removed from the plights of diversity that they act like it's a positive thing. So, it's not a coincidence that usually the people who live amongst diversity are the most opposed to it. Because when you live in a homogenous white population zone, you don't really imagine that life could significantly change as a result of it. Because you don't live around it constantly. You don't experience all of its enrichment. So, it's the reason why white people in the South are so fucking, you know, hardcore, like, right-wing, comparably speaking, to, like, white people in New England, is because, you know, the entirety of the South is, you know, a diversity zone. So white people have had to live with, you know, all the benefits and enrichment that occurs because of that for generations, and as a result, vote accordingly. So, yeah. It's like when Northerners accuse Southerners of being racist. It's like, no. The difference is they actually know what they're talking about. You fucking don't. So, some fucking dumb cuck lib in Vermont doesn't understand what it's like to have 17 Jamals, you know, walk up to your fucking car at a stoplight and, like, try and bust your windows. Or, you know, steal your fucking tires when you go inside of the mall. Or, you know, shit like that, man.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Schizo Garcia with the 2. Tim is going to target Nick with everything he has. I don't think he has anything. That's the thing, is he got him to fucking resign, so. And apparently now they filed some sort of investigation in the Minnesota legislature. I don't know if it has any real teeth or anything, but I think he's going to be under investigation now, because if Tim Walz is dead politically, the Democrat Party will probably try and bury him to use him as a scapegoat in order to, you know, cover their ass moving forward. So they might toss him under the bus. No, it is not every race, bro. Go look at the voting demographic breakdown in the South. Black people vote 95% Democrat every single fucking election in Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi. They all vote Democrat. That is not true. The only reason Democrats even have a chance to win in southern states is because of the black population. That's literally it. That's why they were so desperate to pass the Civil Rights Act, because, you know, they had to ensure that, you know, right-wing politicians could actually lose the South. Let's see. Jay just enjoyed the 2. I'm sorry, Griffin. Final Fantasy 12 is my favorite. That's fine. Why do you need to apologize for having a favorite Final Fantasy? And your average gamer with the 5. Oh, obviously federal law applies here. Just funny to see Tampon Tim be wrong about his own bureaucracy. I know. I mean, that's the thing, is even theoretically, if they did want to try and stick him with a state charge, they couldn't, for one, but even if they did, under his own law that he signed, the guy was justified in capping that fucking dumb bitch. So, any vehicle moving towards you is considered, you know, a life-threatening scenario, regardless of speed. Period. Cut and dry self-defense. Quartering shouldn't be hiring anybody. He should be firing and editing his own video. Yeah, you know, massive air quotes, editing his own videos and stop making slop. No more lives. I just don't understand why he thinks he's like some powerhouse in the political commentary sphere. Like, he was always just the Disney slop news guy. Like, just own it, make your money, and then, you know, piss off after a while. But yeah, that was the thing, is like in the era of YouTube banning anyone with slightly right-wing takes on anything, you know, the Quartering's lukewarm, fence-sitting, you know, grifting, you know, whatever shtick could actually find an audience. Now that you could be more extreme and not really worry about getting banned, the Quartering is just another milquetoast, you know, disgusting fence-sitter. But, yeah. I do like it here in Texas. I'm curious. You think Texas will be a red state for a while? Possibly. So, Texas is kind of a unique scenario because right now, Texas is still predominantly white. But the issue is with Texas is 30% of children under the age of 13 are white. So if the trend where Hispanics become more and more conservative holds, which it looks like it probably will, especially Hispanic men, it might be okay. But I think Florida will survive longer than Texas will. I think Florida will outlast Texas. But we'll have to see. Yep, they've imported the most Indians as well. So, also they do a shit ton of, you know, public funding towards Islamic centers, which is pretty alarming, so... Yeah, the majority of H-1B applicants go to Texas, so they have a big problem with that. Florida's close to 80% white, so it's far more white than Texas is. And that's white non-Hispanic, so... I mean, you can make the case that some Hispanics are pretty much white, but that's just excluding Hispanics. So, yeah, if you look at, you know, whites, non-Hispanics, Florida has a way higher population. Of white people, proportionally speaking. But I think the Hispanic vote's going to keep shifting, personally, to the right. Because the only issue Hispanics have ever really been left-wing on is the immigration issue, which even now they're kind of sick of this whole fucking illegal shit. So, especially the ones that are already here and have an established life. No such thing as a white Hispanic? I mean, I guess. I don't know. It just depends on how much European descent they have or not.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
If you ask me, bro, this is white enough. You know, if all Hispanic women looked like this, then I'd be happy to call them white. She definitely has more Spanish than native in her, so it really just depends on the DNA concentration. Oski with a 5, you're not wrong. My skin is very pale for being Hispanic, and a lot of times people mistake me for a white guy, which is nice to be. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It really just depends on, you know, your lineage, because Hispanic literally means Spanish. So, in order to be Hispanic, you have to have some sort of, you know, Spanish genealogy. So it really just depends on the concentration. Like, Nick Fuentes is a fucking Mexican. He has, like, what was it, like 20% Native American genealogy? So he quite literally is, you know, a Mexican. So he doesn't look like it for the most part, but he is Hispanic. So, yeah. There's, like, levels to it. It really just depends. And it also depends on what country they come from, too, because certain countries are fine, and other countries are way fucking worse. Like, Argentinians, for the most part, are pretty much white. You know, there's a lot of white people in Brazil, too, believe it or not, so it just depends. Do you think Indian voters could become more No. Nope. They love free money. Not gonna happen. They take advantage of all the social programs and shit. Nope. Not gonna happen. The only people she lost ground with were young men. So that was the biggest detriment, was, you know, Camel Toe was incredibly unlikable to young men for obvious good reason. She's a literal whore who slept her way to the top. And on top of that, she's just an unlikable old bitch. So, it's mainly just the youth vote that she lost. Plus, Indians don't like black people, so they, you know, tried to prop her up as black and brown. So, the Indians didn't like that either. So...
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
And Schizo Garcia with the 2. Sar, you are not Aryan. PK is pure Aryan. Sar, indeed.
I am one of the original rulers of India. We had blonde hair, blue eye, and rode elephants. Solid white.
Yeah, but the northern Indians are the lighter skinned Indians, and yeah, they don't have like the same ethnic background as like the, you know, shit throwing Jeets, bro. Like there actually is a difference between northern and southern Indians. The northern Indians are not anywhere near as bad. They're actually much more civilized, but we're getting all the South Indians, which are like basically, you know, us going to fucking, you know, the ghettos of Atlanta and, you know, grabbing people. It's like the lowest common denominator. Or going to like Detroit and, you know, bringing all the young scholars in. But yeah, the northern Indians have more of like an Indo-European lineage, you know, which is believed to also be kind of, you know, the differentiator. Because South India pretty much was isolated for most of its existence until the Arabs started coming in. But yeah, the problem is primarily with our immigration system is we take the people in from the ass crack of the world. Like, we don't take the top 10% of people. We're taking from the bottom 10%. So, a lot of the issues with our immigration system would not be as pronounced if we were actually getting good people. We're not. We're getting the worst of the worst because the country they come from either don't want them, or, you know, they're willing to engage in fraudulent behavior to get here. So, if we actually were taking in the doctors, the rocket scientists, the fucking, you know, genius engineers and stuff, like, okay, you could maybe make a case for why immigration's good. No, we're just collecting a bunch of welfare leeches from around the world. So, you know, as a wise man once said,
they're not sending their best.
That is the root of the problem.
They're not sending their best.
Yeah, I mean, white immigration should obviously be prioritized over everything else, but yeah, I mean, that's a given. Get rid of hard seller. I'm just talking about the way things are right now, that if that was the case, the issues would not be as pronounced. Trust me, I'm not in favor of the multicultural, you know, utopia that we've been lied to about. So, no, trust me, I'm not a fan of multiculturalism. The reason why all these people wanted to come to the US in the first place is because it was predominantly white. So, let's not forget that one. This is from 16, right? Yes. This is one of the better soundtracks from 16. No, people came here for opportunity. Okay, who created those opportunities, bro? Who created those opportunities? Why aren't there opportunities in India? Why aren't there opportunities in Syria? Why aren't there opportunities in China? Why aren't there opportunities in Indonesia? Why aren't there opportunities in fucking Mexico? Oh wait, it's because there's not white people there. Stop the cope. People only want to move to predominantly white nations, and it just so happens that that's where all the opportunity is. Well, gee, I wonder what's creating that opportunity. Maybe the people that live in the country. So, that's like literally the Vivek bullshit of like, oh, America's an idea, it's not its people. Okay, well, why the fuck did Liberia fail? They have the exact same constitution as us. Deport Vivek, yeah, exactly. Get him out of here. That dude blew any political capital he had running his stupid fucking mouth, bro. He could have been elected into office and not said a fucking word, but instead, you know, shot himself in the foot at every opportunity. Crazy. Generational fumble. Damn. Dude, this pitcher was a good purchase. It's nice having just basically an endless supply of hot tea every night. I may have to actually go make some more. What's this song called right now? I can check. My Lady from Final Fantasy 16. Yeah, Milady. Tips Fedora. Suggestively. Bro! Did y'all see that? The fucking explosion curved my rocket. What the fuck? Dude, what the hell was that? Hold on. I'm recording that. What the hell? Aimbot and wall? Dude, I don't know what the fuck that was. I've never seen that happen before. Okay, there's that Jack Reacher guy, so I guess he didn't become, whatever it was, Jacqueline Reacher. So he did not troon out. That's good. Ah, that guy got in my way. Fuck. Can Japanese repopulate their country? Probably. You could fix Japan. It would just be a radical change. You could definitely fix Japan. Ban women from working. Ban any workday longer than 10 hours and criminally charge bosses that are found violating that. On top of that, 2-day weekends. Remote work, which would allow people to move out of population centers, which would reduce, you know, the cost of living dramatically. And I think those, like, few things would have a massive impact in the positive sense. You could save the population very easily. Speaking of trooning out, Tipster, wait, really? Tipster's now a troon? Many such cases. It is just a fetish. It's a fucking fetish. He wanted to fuck trannies, so he became one. Brutal. Not beating the allegations. That's what I'm saying, guys. Like, the only men that support trannies are the ones that want to fuck them or they want to become one. That's, like, the brutal truth. The only people who are guys that, you know, support trans shit are people who are literally fucking attracted to troons or they want to become one themselves. Period. It's a fetish. No!
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Let's see. Spooky Cerberus for the 16 months. Do you have the freshest Lincoln in your pot? What, a $5 bill? Nah, I don't. My wallet is empty. I actually don't have any cash. Unless you count my Papa H coins, but... Schizo Garcia, fuck, can't read. Schizo Garcia with the 5. Or I guess not read, speak. If half of the West just acted like the man in my profile picture, none of this, I don't even think half, more like, what, 5, 10%? Happening in the span of a year, I've become very black-pilled about future generation. I agree, man. I agree. Is it even worth saving at this point, is the question. Is it even worth saving? Maybe we should all just enjoy the decline, you know? Maybe that's the real truth pill that everybody needs to follow or swallow, is just, you know, the decline is coming whether you want it to or not. You can either enjoy it or not. Griff, I finally got some top loaders for my Pokemon cards. Do you want to see them? No. Why the hell would I want to see your top loaders, PK? I have literal thousands of them laying around that I do nothing with. Do you think you're special, huh? You're not. With the cards in them? Sure, why not, PK? If you'd like to share with the class, we can pull them up. Your collection, Mogs? Yeah, no. What's the song? This is, Final Fantasy 12, Momentary Relief. Sounds like when you bust a nut, bro. Momentary relief from my horrible chud life. It's on the way. Your package will arrive. What is? Oh. Me shekels. Ah. Me mom's a lampshade, me dad's a bar of soap. That's right. What's tomorrow? Wednesday? Why am I... There's something happening tomorrow. I don't remember what it is.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Okay. A prostate exam? Oh, yeah. Nah, I feel like there was something I was waiting... Oh, maybe it's a delivery. That might be it. It might just be a package just coming in the mail. Package bomber. Yeah, I don't know. Dude, I slept like super hard today. So, I think I definitely had like something wrong with me last night. Or my stomach was fucking up. I ordered 2 breakfast sandwiches. I ate those. And then I did like some work. Luckily, I didn't have anything in the afternoon for work. So like at 2 p.m. I just signed off early. And laid down. And I slept from like basically 2 to 10. So that shit was brutal, man. But yeah, my stomach was like fucked up all day till I finally slept it off, I guess. Let's see. So, Oski Wosky with the 5. Since PK was too broke to have you stop playing with your shekels, I would like to contribute for you to play with your shekels. Oy vey. Let me go grab them real quick. They're in my bedroom. Give me a second. Alright, I got him. I also grabbed my Aerith card out of my frame. Now that's hot. I need to buy another Phantom display to put this card in, so I can have it on my desk. Such a cool card, though. Like a picture you keep during the war? Exactly. Exactly. You get it. By far one of my favorite cards in my collection for obvious reasons, but I have 4 other copies of it ungraded right now in my Aerith binder that I need to send in because they're like $1,400 cards now, so I probably should get them graded just to have them protected. Nobody freak out. This isn't my hand, so don't worry. Brown hands have never touched my Aerith, but yeah, this is what it looks like. It's such a sick card. I'll probably send them to BGS. BGS has a way shorter turnaround time and they're much cheaper nowadays, so PSA's gotten way too expensive. Especially if you're not planning on reselling your cards, like it doesn't really matter. But yeah, dude, PSA is like fucking ridiculous now. $20 for bulk. Like fuck, bro. $20 bulk. That shit's ridiculous, man. Fuck that. Yeah, exactly. I'm not selling my Final Fantasy cards, so... My Final Fantasy cards are for me. I just collect them because I like them. So I have a pretty substantial Tifa and Aerith collection. Ooh, Crisis Core music. Uh-oh, silver's going back down under 90. It's over, guys. The bull market has ended. Sell everything now for $10 for every 100. Yeah, 10 cents on the dollar, I'll buy all your silver. Get out while you can. Silver Cucks BTFO'd. Wow. Damn, PK. Dude, that's crazy, though. My roll of British silver coins that I bought for $400 back in the day. That bitch is almost worth $2 grand. Actually, I think it is worth $2 grand because the coins trade at a premium. Maybe I should sell those. Sell my tube of British coins. And then buy more Pokemon or another Final Fantasy card. Dude, the thing that's crazy, though, is, like, I just love these silver coins, but, you know, if things continue, I might have to sell them. Like, I've already made money on all of them, which is wild. You know, 20% return in, like, a week. It's pretty wild, man. If it goes over $100, like, an ounce, it's gonna be pretty tempting to just go ahead and dump everything. But, I don't know. I really like the coins. I don't want to sell them. Just for their historical precedent. No, I don't have any gold. I don't have any gold, only silver. I'm priced out of gold in my current income. The nice thing about gold is it doesn't tarnish, but, you know, does that justify a 40% premium? Or no, not 40%, 40 times premium. Or no, I think it's closer to 50 now, right? It's like 4,700 an ounce, so yeah. It's closer to over 50 times. I've just been buying silver off eBay for the most part. My future Indian children can inherit those cards? No. Aerith will be cremated with me. That'll be my dying wish. Yeah, all of my Aerith BGS 10s and black labels will have to be cremated with me. No, they won't find it. They'll be cremated, so it'll be melted plastic and burnt cardboard. So... imagine collecting cardboard as an investment. Grim times we're in. Dude, people have been doing that shit for the, like, the longest. Like, baseball cards have been a thing since the 1800s. So, this has been a thing for, you know, going on 150 years now. It's just really gay, but okay. What isn't gay then? I don't know how having a picture of Aerith on a trading card would be gay. Unless she has a Fudacock, but, you know, I don't watch that type of content. What do you guys think? Would it be a scenario where Tifa would have the Fudacock, or would it be Aerith with the Fudacock? What do you guys think? Would Tifa be the one getting ravaged by the Fuda, or would Aerith be the one? Tifa is always the one with the cock. Brutal. Alright, so that's fair. My Aerith card is not gay. There we go. Jesus. You collect Toyotas? Do they appreciate in value or not? Griff, which is better, handheld console, a modded Switch OLED, or a Steam Deck OLED? I don't know, because if it's modded, that changes things. So I don't know. I would say probably the Steam Deck OLED because it can play more games from more different consoles if you're looking for emulation and stuff. Sniped. I remember when you used to actually be able to find matches on the sniper playlist in this game. What kind of fairy collects cards? I collect visual novels like a real man. Oh my god. Yeah, pretty much every playlist in MCC is dead, unfortunately. I don't know why they don't port this to the Switch, other than, you know, probably they don't know how. All the people who worked on MCC are probably gone. You got the one card, it's the best card, my debit card. Prove it works. I don't believe you. I collect alt art, fan-made, naked, horror, goth, baddie demons. Shit. Speaking of that, you know what type of cards have completely fucking bottomed? Is Weiss. There's like only a few cards in Weiss that are actually worth money anymore. And it's that fucking bunny girl card, for whatever fucking reason, is worth like 20 grand. No, Weiss. W-E-I-S-S. Weiss Schwartz. It's a Jap card game where they license a bunch of anime IP and make cards based on it. Yeah, dude, primetime MCC was just such a great time to be a gamer, dude. Like, it was such a fun collection of games. I don't know, bro. It's really sad to see what's happened with Halo. MCC was awesome when it actually worked. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, the Burger King games are worth nothing. They're like $1 a piece. No, I never had an OG Xbox. Nope, never had one. I never had an Xbox until 2011 when I got my 360. Right before Gears 3 came out. How nice. Damn, bro. My stomach is kind of fucked up again. Damn it. But not in the same way. I enjoy Gears 1 through 3 campaign-wise more than Halo. Yeah, I don't like Halo campaigns that much. Halo campaigns have never really done anything for me. Whoa. Splice up some ginger? I don't have any. The only food I have on hand right now is some chicken soup I made and some beef and onions, bro. That's literally it. Order the Gordon Ramsay pizza. Hell yeah, bro. Only the finest. Let's see, shit. There you go. Water's the only... I've been, like, pounding green tea, so I should settle my stomach. Griff, who said you can use the chud meme in your thumbnail? Me. Get that Gordon Ramsay grilled cheese. Let's see if they're open. I've never ordered from Gordon Ramsay Pizza. I'm surprised they're open all night. That's kind of crazy. Dude, these places... Yeah, there it is. Gordon Ramsay Pizza. 30% off, $25 plus. So they have, what, 12-inch pizzas... spaghetti carbonara and a penne pomodoro. Get a Caesar salad, chopped salad, street salad. You can get some wangs. Mac and cheese, hotter than hell, dirty fries, Sidewinder fries, and GFC dirty fries. And then you can get strawberry sundaes, an Oreo shake, sticky toffee waffle. Sounds like a venereal disease. And then you can order some, like, sodas. That's the menu. Yeah, pizza is expensive. Hold on, let's see how much their pizzas are. Yeah, for a pepperoni pizza... it is $20.50 and then $3 for every topping. You can't tell me the pepperonis cost $3 fucking bucks, bro. You can buy those big ass bags of pepperonis at the store for like fucking $2. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have a desire to order from Gordon Ramsay Pizzeria, but I don't know, dude. I guess somebody's paying for it, right? That's why they're open. Yeah, there's this one deli place near me that I order from all the time, and they do this taco salad. And it's basically just like little tortilla chips in the bottom, lettuce, beans, beef, cheese, diced onions, and diced tomatoes. The thing probably weighs about 2 fucking pounds, and it's like $12. It's like the only affordable food I've ever found in this area. So... But yeah, it's like a 2-pound taco salad for like 12 bucks, which for this area is really good. Where I used to live when I was in college, they had this one like bar that you could order food from during the day, because in Virginia, you can't just have a bar. You have to have a restaurant that's open during lunchtime hours, and then it can convert to a bar at dinner time. So they had a bar with like this, I guess, restaurant during the day, and I used to order it from it all the time, but they would do boneless wings, which were quite literally just like chicken breast cubes that they would chop up and lightly fry and then put like sauce on them. Those were really good. You'd order those for $8 and you'd get probably about 3 or 4 pounds of chicken. It was like insane. And then they had this thing called like they were basically, I don't remember what the name is. They were like loaded tater tots, but it was like a whole thing of like tater tots with like probably 1 pound or 2 pounds of pulled pork on top with beer cheese melted on top. That shit was so fucking good, man. That was like one of the best things ever. So, Yeah, everybody I knew like would order from that place all the time. But yeah, those both were like $8, so you could get both of them for under 20. And it would last you like a day or 2 or 3 even, depending on what you got. But yeah, it was insane, man. And then I moved here and it's like, oh, if you want a salad, it's $20. It's like, oh, fuck me. Obesity speed? Oh yeah, of course, bro. But it was great, dude. But yeah, I haven't really ever found any like super great places to eat where I live. It's kind of just all meh or like extremely expensive. Have a lot of Asian store. I do too. I just don't go to them. I stay at the YPO places. But yeah, my shopping list consists of beef, onions, sometimes some bread, and like that's about it. I don't know, bro. I don't buy a lot of different types of food. You know, I get excited when, you know, the meat's on sale, basically. That's a highlight of my day, is when, you know, ground beef is like $3 a pound. Brutal. It's over. I hate spending a lot of money on food, though, honestly. It's one of those things I don't like spending money on because there's no, like, permanence. You just quite literally shit it out. So it does bother me spending a lot of money on food. Because it's like, is it really worth, like, $30 to have something that tastes good for 10 seconds? I don't know. I don't really cook spaghetti because I try not to eat a lot of carbs. So, no noodles or rice or anything like that very frequently. Just meat and vegetables primarily. I mean, sometimes, like, I'll do spaghetti without the noodles, if that makes sense. Like, I'll buy a thing of sauce and then, like, cook the ground beef and mix the sauce in and then eat it that way, but I don't ever, like, do noodles and stuff like that. Oh, shit. Well, yeah, dude, noodles are fucking great. Noodles in general are great. You just can't eat a lot of them. At least I can't. So... That's not necessarily the case, because the majority of people grew up, or I guess not grew up, lived eating nothing but carbs. You would barely ever have meat. I mean, maybe if you were a fisherman, you might have fish, but the vast majority of people just lived off of grains. So, grains and root vegetables, pretty much. You know, most people really did not ever eat meat, other than for, like, special occasions.
I can't afford this shit!
Wing cake with the 2. Let me see what this is. Okay, I got it. And Oscu with the 2. Square really needs to port over Final Fantasy 15 Switch. I agree. I would definitely buy a few copies to show my support. To show my, you know, financial support.
I can't afford this shit!
Alright, there we go. And Jay just enjoyed the 2. I love pot pie and shepherd pie. Both amazing dish. Yeah, they are good. The only pie, I guess, dessert-wise I like is, like, apple pie. But only if it's not sweet. Everything Nintendo needs our money? That'd be Square Enix, bro. That would be Square Enix. Square Enix needs our monies. I don't really get dessert, so... I mean, the only real dessert I actually like is ice cream, but I don't buy it. I love ice cream, but I haven't had it in forever. I used to get those little halo top things, but I don't think there's a single natural fucking thing about them, so I stopped. Yeah, the problem is, if I bought it, I would just eat the whole fucking thing in, like, one sit. It's like cereal, bro. When you buy cereal, you just want to eat cereal and nothing else. You know, like, you buy, like, a box of Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and you have cereal for lunch. Then you're like, oh, well, you know, it's dinner time. I guess we'll just have some more cereal. Then you're like, oh, better eat breakfast, more cereal. And then you're out of it, like, within a day. So I would do the exact same thing with ice cream. It wouldn't last. I know myself. Dude, that's the thing, is like those machines to make like the ice cream and stuff, I feel like you'd use it like twice and then never touch it again. It's like the air fryers. Everybody bought them and then they just stopped using them. Digital Pepsi. Pepsi. Damn, bro. Just meleeing all these retards. I really like this particular soundtrack. I know it's from 13. What's it called? Dust to Dust. Ninja Creamy and the air fryer are not comparable. Yes, they are. I guarantee you the vast majority of people that bought an air fryer used it twice and then never touched it again. I guarantee you. People always fall for like the fucking kitchen appliance fads. It's like all those people that went out and rushed and bought Stanley cups. Now they're sitting on the shelves in stores for like 30% off on clearance. So it's many such instances of people seeing something trendy, thinking, oh my god, it's going to change my life. I'm literally never going to cook the same way again. And then they buy it and then never touch it. And then go back to ordering Uber Eats. So you may still use it. The vast majority of people don't. And I'll put money on that. Your singular experience does not invalidate the general trend, my guy. Oh, well, I don't do that. Okay, that's you. That's you. Congrats.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Schizo Garcia with the 2 air fryers are a government psyop. It's poison. There is a case to be made for all the microplastics, but yeah, I don't know. Your oven can pretty much air fry anything that an air fryer can. That's the thing. It's like the exact same principle as using like a an oven rack, basically. Oh, silver's going back up to 91. Woo! Maybe I won't have to sell the house. Yeah, dude, the prior thing to Stanley Cups was the Yetis. So, yeah, dude, I lived through that fad in, you know, high school where everybody was buying Yeti everything. They had to have a Yeti cooler. They had to have a Yeti fucking cup. But not just one Yeti cup. They had to have a Yeti cup for their water, a Yeti cup for the coffee, a Yeti mug, a Yeti fucking thermos to pour coffee into their Yeti coffee mug. You know, Yeti stickers, all this type of shit, bro. It used to be a flex to have a fucking Yeti sticker on the back of your truck. Like, people would literally resell the stickers that came with the Yeti coolers because they were worth like $100 at one point. It was the most retarded shit ever. So the Stanley Cups was like a micro trend compared to that. Because it was just an individual item. Yep, the Apple stickers that used to be very collectible. That was a flex too. No, it was some TikTok trend about women with their Stanleys. And it was like them accessorizing their Stanley Cup and, you know, talking about how wonderful it is and how it helps them hydrate, and you know, it's basically marketing. They paid a bunch of Foyd influencers to market the Stanley Cup, and the Stanley Cup, you know, blew up because women love to consume what they think is popular. It doesn't matter what it is. If women think it's popular, they will buy it because it's popular. Even if they have no intention of ever using it. They will buy it just because it's popular. That's why like 70 to 80% of consumer spending is done by women. They are very susceptible to marketing. It's like whenever Starbucks releases their holiday cup with the reusable cup at Starbucks. That shit always like goes out of stock immediately, and then it resells for a shitload of money because, oh my god, it's limited. But yeah, women, bro. Yup, dude, there's a huge number of women that collect, air quotes, Pokemon cards now, who very suspiciously also have fucking link trees in their Instagram bios. But yeah, anything that's popular, women have to get involved with and then use it as a funnel for OnlyFans. But yeah, if something's perceived as being popular, they want in on it, period. Doesn't matter what it is, bro. It's crazy. Let's see. Scroll down, shit. Tim Marco, the 279. My Range's oven has an air fry setting. Yeah, I think mine does too. I think mine does as well. Yeah, dude, women hated gamers until they learned that the Chads were playing games and people were making money doing so. That's the other thing, too. Women will view anything as socially acceptable as long as it makes money. That's why so many of them are open to whoring themselves out, because they view money as social validation. So, if you're getting paid for something, it must be cool, right? As soon as women saw that you could make money from gaming, it became cool to them. Period. Same with anime. When they learned that they could make money by grifting weebs and shit, then they realized, oh yeah, anime is so cool, dude. I'm a huge anime fan. I love Naruto and Dragon Ball. Buy my fucking Patreon. Or sub to my OnlyFans and watch me fucking, you know, flash my... Ah, man. I would say stuff like Warhammer and stuff. I mean, they've already tried to take over, you know, video games, trading cards, comic books, you know, fucking Dungeons and Dragons because of Stranger Things. So I would assume they'd keep moving into like tabletop and model shit. And, you know, stuff like the gym, you know, they try to inject themselves into sports. Like, you know, there's nothing. Women ruin everything. They could like have to force themselves in and then corrupt everything, bro. Because it's not just good enough to leave something as it is. No, no, no. You have to fucking change it. It's like just obnoxious, bro. They ruin everything they touch and then they just turn it into an OnlyFans pipeline. Dude, even computer science has been pornified. Like, I used to get these fucking, Instagram reel recommendations or whatever, where it's literally just like this dumb fucking Asian bitch LARPing as a computer science major. And then she just flashes her fucking tits, and then it shows the link, and it's like, see more here. It's like, there's nothing safe, bro. They literally infiltrate everything to sell OnlyFans or find some way to sexualize themselves and then complain about misogyny. It's just, how do I monetize this? That's all that it comes down to, is they just want to make money off of shit. But yeah, all nerd hobbies or male-dominated areas have been completely fucking infiltrated and destroyed. Because it's not just enough for them to be a part of it, they have to fucking, you know, change it. And the thing is like the fucking simps enable it too. Is they're like, oh my god, a girl that's interested in my hobby, I'm gonna do everything I can to fucking cuck myself. It's just pitiful, bro. Because guys think that they want like an autistic man as a like girlfriend or whatever. It's like, bro, women and men should not be the same. We should not like the same things. Having shared hobbies with a woman is not normal. I don't understand why we're in a world where people think that is. Like, your girlfriend will never be an autistic boy. Sorry. Not gonna happen. But yeah, that shit irritates me, man. It's just like every male-dominated space has been feminized so fucking hard. Like, there really is nothing left. Like, even the fucking Boy Scouts, they couldn't keep their hands off of. Well, I want to be in the Boy Scouts. It's like, well, too fucking bad, you dumb bitch. That's what should have been said. But all the fucking cocked men were like, oh, that's okay. We'll let the girls in, too. Because they didn't want to get into an argument with their bitch wife. It's just, like, insane, bro. Men can literally have nothing nowadays. Like, not even the military anymore. Like, that used to be the ultimate, you know, chud hangout for, you know, guys who just didn't know what the fuck to do with their life. Even that's become fucking woke garbage now. Because of women demanding that things change and no more brotherhood, dude. That's misogynistic. It's just insane, man. And then you have, like, the Nancy Mace fucking types who will, you know, say, oh, men are invading women's spaces. Okay, but what about women invading men's spaces, you dumb grifting whore? What about you suing a men's-only school to force yourself into it because you're an entitled cunt? What about that one? Is that a problem, too? Oh, no, it's not, because you're an entitled bitch. You're a grifting, entitled fucking cunt. Fuck you. It's just pathetic, bro. Absolutely fucking pathetic. Go off, chud. Yeah. I hate these fucking covert feminist bitches, bro. I really fucking do. There is no such thing as a right-wing woman. Sorry, like, it just doesn't exist. There are women who are more right-wing than others, but none of them qualify as fucking right-wingers. Period. There's not a single one that's prominent in any political sphere that is actually a non-feminist. Period. Especially in the Republican fucking Party. Yeah, it's literally like a proven thing that if you put a super liberal chick and a so-called right-wing chick in the room together and you start saying anti-feminist talking points, they'll immediately forget their differences and team up against the guy that's saying, you know, negative things about women. Like, it's an actual proven, like, phenomena. that women will revert to feminism 9 times out of fucking 10, probably even higher than that, in the instance that a man is critical of them in any way, shape, or form. Dude, Marjorie Taylor Greene is another grifting slag as well. You know, she couldn't get her way, so she fucking threw a fit and tried to sabotage Trump because she's yet another grifting dumb bitch who didn't get what she fucking wanted, so she's gonna try and burn down the fucking house on her way out. So, yet another example of these super heckin' base tradcon women, dude. But yeah, it's very irritating. I can't fucking stand grifting hoes, bro. Let's see. Perfect Arc with the 10. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, bought an air fryer because my oven died. Air fryers are fun to use, but I don't see myself using it much, especially if my new oven is better. Plus, don't like the smell of chemicals when it's preheating. Yeah, that's the other thing, too, is the air fryers, like, stink up your place. If you have a small, like, kitchen or whatever, like, don't cook anything with even slightly, you know, strong of an odor, because that shit will reek. Yeah. Definitely. I don't know. I guess air fryers are fine in theory, but I feel like most people just bought them because of the trend. Yeah, I think Marjorie Taylor Greene's net worth went up like $10 million or something while she was in Congress, so yeah, none of these women retire poor, trust me. Your collection is finally uploaded. Let me see. I have to check it first. Gotta make sure you're not gonna put any more trans stuff in there. Okay, it looks clean. You would never do that? Oh, okay, PK. Never. I'll pull it up after this match. She insider traded $40 million and they gave her a choice to quit or get called out for it since she said one mean thing about Jay. I don't even think it's that, bro. Because AOC, fucking Elon, Omar, all of them insider trade and talk shit about Jews as well, so... No, she's just an entitled bitch. Period. She was an entitled bitch, thought that she could strong-arm Trump into, like, you know, supporting her run for the Senate in Georgia. They gave her a poll that said that she would lose by, like, 20% to the Democrat. And, you know, she got fucking pissed and, you know, rage quit Congress because of it. So, no, she's pissed off because she thought Trump owed her. And it's like, what the fuck? Who the fuck are you, bro? You're just yet another Foyd who has some massive overinflated ego. Ban all Foyds from politics? Yeah. I agree. We'd be better off for it, honestly. You watched PK shorted as porn in it? What, card porn? Well, dude, the thing is it's gonna ultimately be gender wars because women predominantly vote Democrat by a huge margin. The only male group that votes Democrat is black men. So, men predominantly vote right wing. So, it's going to become basically a battle of the genders politically. Alright, let's see. Let's check PK's thing. Wait, let me mute the music so we can see if we hear a chirp. Alright, those are pretty good. I have that in the PSA 9. Don't have that. Where's the Charizard? Yep, I have 2 of those in PSA 9. I have that in PSA 9. This card's actually pretty expensive nowadays if you have it in good condition. I sold my extra 9 for $1,400. I think it's down to like $900 now, but yeah, this is actually pretty valuable, even raw. Crystal Guardians, I know that one. Yeah, Emerald Swampert, that's a good one. Got a lot of EX era stuff. I think that's grading. Oh no, that's a promo. Thinking of a different one. Yeah, that's a good card. That's a nice card. If you have that in a 10, it's extremely expensive. Get mogged the losers. And Griff is a scammer. What happened there? That M doesn't look like the other one. Alright, well, that was a pretty decent collection, PK. But no Charizard, so 0 out of 10. But no, that's actually pretty good. It's a nice little raw collection you have there. Not everyone can have the big dick slanging, you know, slabbed up collection. But it's alright. It's a good start. Stick with it. You're gonna grade all of them? Nice. Let's see, there we go. Does PSA knock off points for smelly cards? Maybe so. Yeah, not everyone, hold on, wait. Also, there was no hands visible, so I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that one.
These are the most.
Alright, let's see. Unlike my video, there's no doubt. These are white man's hands. The hands of a white man. Looks brown to me. Whatever you have to say, man. Yeah, dude, it's the perfect grade for Aerith. A 10 out of 10. Yeah, I do have sausage fingers. I won't even deny. I've got short, stumpy little fingers. Bully me if you must. I don't have the long cervix scrapers. But yeah. There you go. That's a real man's card. That's a real man's card. What's the value of that card? I don't even know. I think I paid like $800 for it or something. It was cheap. I was prepared to pay, I think my max bid was like $2,000 or something. So I got it for like 800, I think. I don't remember exactly what I paid. Here, let me check. I can look. Should be on my eBay account still, I'm assuming. BGS 10. Let's just pull it up. Oh shit, dude! I paid $679.90. So $679.90 is what I paid for it. That was a deal, bro.
Gaming.
That was a pretty good deal. I wish I could get another one for that price. But yeah, the Aerith Black Label is definitely a flex. I like my Aerith Black Label a lot. I need to send in... I have a bunch of other BGS 10s that are like 0.5 off from being a Black Label, so I'm going to send those in for graded card review to see if they can get bumped up. But I have 2 other Aerith Black Labels as well. Hold on. Have them all the way up on my shelf. A white label? Nah, the black looks way better. I'm gonna put something on it so you actually know it's mine. I'm gonna put a silver coin on top of the cards. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, all the Final Fantasy cards have kind of like that rainbow foiling to them. Looks pretty nice. How much for them? Not for sale. I don't sell my Final Fantasy stuff, so these will be forever personal collection. Mael is hotter than Aerith, Griffin, except the fags. Okay, but is Crisis Core Aerith hotter than Mael? Because then they're the same age. If you're into that. Alright, I'm gonna put these back. Let's see. We'll go with this image. We'll compare the two. So that's Aerith from Crisis Core. Dude, all of them make her look bug-eyed as fuck, so don't blame me. Alright, that one I guess is slightly less bug-eyed. Oh, it's Instagram. Shit, I can't open it. I'm trying to find a good picture of Mael, which is not hard to, or which is kind of hard to do. All of them don't look very good. Alright, we're just gonna go with this one. Fuck it. Nope, that's so... Dude, it says 1600p. Whatever the fuck. Alright, there we go. That should work. Now, I want y'all to actually be honest. Which one are you picking? Which one are you actually picking if you have the choice? Like, I'm being for real here. Come on, dog. Aerith absolutely fucking mogs, bro.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Schizo Garcia with the 2. What do you think Aerith's armpits smell like? Whatever my breath does.
Gaming.
If you really must know. Can I take both? Nope. You have to pick one or the other. One or the other. Here, we'll do a poll real quick. That way you can vote without having to admit you're wrong. Which is better? Right or left? Not even fair. You meant to pick Aerith? That's alright. It's already looking like an absolute blowout, so... It's already shaping up to be an absolute fucking blowout. So, yeah. Alright, we can end it now. 78% to 22%. 22% of people are coping. They live in a delusion. Let's see. Alright, I'm guessing this is the right video. We'll do videos now. So, Schizo Garcia, I'm having kind of trouble figuring out which video it is exactly you sent for. But I think this is it. The VTuber that sent CP. Who are you picking, the 16-year-old or the lead? No, Aerith is 17 in Crisis Core. So they're like basically the same age. That's still underage, you sicko. Lock me up and throw away the key then, but make sure Aerith is in the cell too. Thank you. Alright, so yeah, I guess we'll see if this is what, I have no idea. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
So this VTuber just dropped a bombshell admission, claiming that photos that she sent...
It's a man! I have no idea. Bro, fiending tonight? Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Mute the music. Alright.
Sent to other people and distributed, who, mind you, believed she was an adult at the time, which would later be leaked and shared on the internet, which by her own admission
may come as much of a shock to some of you, but most of the majority, I want to be truthful. When I first started VTubing, I was 17 years old. Also, just thought to put this out there because all the images that my haters have and been leaking are all technically CP.
and as of today, were technically illegal material. Now, why would she say that? Well, because as she now admits, she lied about her age to the people she sent it to, and was actually a minor when those images were created and shared by her. Now, she might have posted this thinking it would scare off her haters by pointing out that they have CSAM now on their computers and have shared it possibly on the internet, but I think she either completely overlooked or doesn't care just how bad this makes her look. The VTuber in question is Elfin Psyop, and honestly, this level of craziness is exactly what she's known for.
I don't even know why people watch these fucking freaks, bruh. Schizo Garcia with the 2 wrong video. That's not even remotely. Alright, hold on, let me see. That's not even like remotely close to what you sent. Oh, okay, I see it now. It's like channel, gotcha.
Have you met my Oshi, my senpai? Let me show you my Oshi real quick. Wait, this isn't right. Where's my Oshi? Where's my heckin' Oshi? She's gone. She's gone forever. Now, I have nothing. I'll never feel the touch of a woman, and I'll never watch another kawaii desune Oshi clipperoo. By now, you've probably figured out I'm talking about Elfin Psyop, the femcel rotmaxed VTuber who, living up to the name of Girl Failure, ended up DFEing everything, her entire presence on the internet, gone. The circumstances around this DFE are particularly funny, so we're going to talk about it, not just because I hate VTubers, but because this is quite fucking... How do you fumble this? You see, Elfin Psyop decided that she was going to pander to the chuds, and not just any normal chuds, but specifically the 4chan poll chuds, the very hardcore extremists that they are. She's just like you. She logs into 4chan every day, folks. And she would attempt to vacuum up as many shekels as she could by providing them with the goon bait that they desperately craved. She'd make a fatal error in this venture, though, getting drunk one night and tweeting that she's actually half Pakistani. A fate worse
brutal
than death. Now, before we continue, I actually have to give you a vocabulary lesson from the VTuber sphere. There is something called flesh posting, and that's when the VTuber girl starts showing parts of their body and talking about
now that's a fate worse than death.
Life, showing flesh, essentially. Highly
we know she's just like you, PK, half Pakistani.
Found upon in VTuber circles as it breaks the immersion that you're dating a kawaii desune heckin' wholesome chungus anime girl. Elfin Psyop would do this prolifically. What an Aryan goddess. No, that's not a Counter-Strike flashbang on your screen. That's an au naturel Aryan queen. Her revealing the fact that she was brown would turn out to be the straw that would break the camel's back here, as they put up with so much. Her fan base basically went from this to this to this. How tragic. If only they had seen the signs.
Pretending to be white? I don't think I need to pretend. I think I am. Khakis aren't white. You are so retarded, dude. That's actually insane. Do you realize how ethnicities work?
I am very white, sir. Very white, sir.
Yeah, dude, this is just like PK. She is just like him. There you go, PK. Go claim your queen. She even uses 4chan, just like you, dude.
Do you realize how ethnicities work?
As long as you're
also,
not, like,
only
Jewish
Indians,
or Indian.
only Indians stink, bro. Not every like ethnically brown person stinks. Okay. Okay.
Pakistanis are Indians. That is such a cope, dude.
I fucking love the internet. How is this a real thing?
Yeah,
Her fans...
Fuck you, fuck your kind.
We are not the same, sir.
Stuck with her through thick and thin for all the lolly postings, the accusations of grooming, the accusations of pedophilia, through all the flesh posting. They had finally had enough, abandoning her en masse, resulting in her DFEing, but not before revealing that she had not just lied about what color she was, what her ethnicity was, but she also lied about her age. And it turns out that she was up to some naughty stuff with some men in her Discord, and it was not even, they didn't even know. They didn't know, chat. They didn't know. There were a few guys that were receiving and having e-sex with this girl, and while that is incredibly cringe, you know...
E-sex, bro.
She lied to them, so I'm not going to cast a stone at these individuals, at least as far as I'm aware. They were...
I lied about my age and being younger at the time because there's images of me on the internet that I sent to people I trusted, never full nudity, and they use AI to make revenge porn of it. They actively post it on all spaces I'm in, trying to get back at me for rejecting them. How do you counter that? How do you even stop it? So yeah, I lied to scare them. I live completely alone. I didn't know who to go to or what to do about something like this. I don't have a family to go to at all. It's crazy the amount of people that are saying what I did was worse than people posting revenge porn using AI. People believe it too. You know, the shit I did was a year ago now, but they bring it back and make it worse. I talked to guys online who got mad. I rejected them. Bro, go outside. I'm not the only girl alive. And then allegations about me being a pedophile groomer. When the victim they're accusing me of grooming says I didn't even do anything, like just making straight shit up. I have a lot of people that hate me. They'll jump the gun no matter what. Shit is about as long as it hurts me. Oh, man.
I don't see anything that would suggest that they knew, or at least that's public that they would know. In my humble opinion, I think all stones should be cast at the V-Thought in particular. And maybe save a few for the people that still support her on X and other...
Hope she finds success and have... He's simping!
Various social media platforms. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with these people, but there's something very wrong with them. Maybe they donated all of their brain cells to their Oshi. I don't really know. The simp is a creature that acts in inexplicable ways that defy all logic, all reason. So, we can only speculate as to what's going on inside their noggins there. Now, Elfin was hitting pretty much every nail on the head when it came to the archetype of the...
She's pretty cute, not gonna lie. Yeah, she's not, like, hideous or deformed or anything like that, which usually the VTubers are, so I guess that's a plus. So, go make beautiful half-brown babies with her, PK. Preserve y'all's pure half-Indian, half-white bloodline.
Femcel, right? Self-harm, not cleaning their room, living in filth and squalor. Promising that they're a heckin' love virgin, innocent flower daisy pie, huh? And while she did try to pander to the chuds, the gooner chuds, I guess you could say, right? Which is basically anybody that watches a VTuber, the lane-pilled girl failure archetype was kind of her niche, right? Whereas the other stuff that she was up to, which was like the lolly posting, the lolly defending, supporter, whatever you want to call it, posting lewd images of her own character, being hypersexualizing every aspect about herself, or her character, I should say, that's not uncommon in the VTuber space to begin with. I would say it's actually like the main point of the content itself is, sure, they have like little character archetypes going on, but the main selling point of this entire genre of content is the goonification of the anime girl, whether they be small or large. And the sad reality is that if she had not just gotten jealous of her own character and didn't feel like she needed to post pictures of herself or talk about her real life, she probably would still be around posting lolly and, you know, grooming kids allegedly and sending, you know, doing all this filthy shit on Discord, entrapping men, making money off the entire situation itself as well. And the VTuber fans would have, they would have, until their dying breath, they would have defended her. They would have said anything to try to justify any of these actions that she took. And it took her revealing the fact that she had lied about being a mutt to bring her down. That is fucking hysterical.
Brutal. It truly is the case, man. There is quite literally nothing worse than being Indian on the internet. That's a truth pill for everybody. So remember, as long as you're not Indian, then it doesn't matter what you do. Brutal, man. But yeah, PK, go get her, man. Save her from committing soricide. Alright,
これまでの
第三次世界大戦、アメリカ合衆国はマドゥロを拘束するためのニュースは世界中を駆け巡り、あらゆる放送を席巻していた。だが彼らの知らぬところで、イランでは
Is this like some anime AI shit? I have no clue what this is. I'm assuming. She was Pakistani and Ukrainian. Yup, perfect for PK.
Sushi を遮断しろ。こんな姿を世界に見せるわけにはいかん。しましいモサドめ。奴らが裏で糸を引いている。フィレラ私がマドロのようにただ横たわると思っているのか。全員撃て。
That'd be a real shame. Oh my god. It wouldn't be AI slop without Elon glazing. Yeah, Iran. What the fuck? Is she like drinking their blood? And then it just cuts to a Prince of Persia edit. Is that the end? I guess.
Wanadu はキーウ周辺のエネルギー基盤とドローン製造拠点を攻撃する。これにより敵の電力を断ち生産を締め上げることができる。ただし標的はポーランド国境のすぐ近くだ。やれ、すべてを灰にしろ。タンカーの応酬はすでに始まっている。奴らが動き出すのも時間の問題だ。だが今ははっきり分かったはずだ。この阪急は我々のものだ。詰められたものだな。イランは膝をついた。アイアンストライク作戦前進させろ。
Jeez. That's why your RAM is so expensive, guys. Was it worth it? I want to get all my news. Like, yeah, that's pretty good, honestly. That's pretty good for AI shit, I'm not gonna lie. So that's one of the better AI videos I've seen for sure. Yo, that's that shit from Black Ops 2. The M8 or whatever it's called. Will Trump make the United States of Earth? God wills it. Yeah, that's right. Indeed. Alright, let's see. 1 second. There we go. Chat just crashed. And we're so back. There we go. The algorithm's cooked. Yeah, it's just gonna be a bunch of weeb slop now. Yup. Watch one anime video on YouTube. That's all you get fucking recommended. Could you imagine this unironically being like your fucking YouTube page? Like just weeb, 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 weeb. It's just too much weeb shit, man. I think I would rope. That's why I have 0 YouTube homepage. My YouTube homepage is as pure as the white snow, untouched, that fell overnight. That is my YouTube homepage, because I have my watch history turned off. So I don't get any sort of homepage at all. Alright, let's see. So what should we watch? I'm trying to think. Was there anything that happened today? Anything interesting? I know we have to watch the review tech video, but anything else? I don't think so. Dreamcast guy? Maybe, we'll see. Adam Scott died? I don't know who that is. Adam Scott. Who is that? American actor who has appeared in Step Brothers, Parks and Recreation, and Big Little Lie. Yeah, I have no fucking clue who that is. Never fucking heard of him. Anyway, well, I guess we'll just watch the review tech video. Let's see. Oh, is Rich trying to get in on the Nintendo Switch bad shit?
These are birds and they're on my...
Oh my god. Dude, it's just insufferable. It's not funny.
Desk and they're on either side of my man breasts.
Holy shit, man.
It's leg day, Rich.
Where you at?
I just wanted some sauce on those zingers.
Alright, everybody, welcome to the Bird Show. I'm Rich.
I'm guessing he thinks it's funny.
Review Tech USA, and you should sub to this channel because I upload videos on pretty much a daily basis, and I'm going to be streaming starting in 48 hours on almost a daily basis as well. Things have calmed down for me behind the scenes, so make sure you sub to Review Tech USA, leave a comment, leave a like, it helps out in the algorithm. Also check out my ASMR channel, which I have plenty of content planned for this year called Tech 25 ASMR, and there's already a bunch of content up on there now, like me talking about Philip Paul Brunel, DSP Gaming, known as the May 1st Man.
Humping Steven Crowder.
Oh my god, bro.
I'll have links to everything I mentioned below in the description and top pin comment. What was that hand gesture? Just top pin comment, description, go sub, check it out. I'm awesome. I'm amazing. You know, it's funny, and I get it. A lot of people say YouTubers are guilty of talking about nothing but negative news. And I hear you. Yes, negativity garners attention. But I would say 90%, if not more, of the news in the gaming industry is negative, especially right now. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, there's a story I'm actually going to be probably covering tomorrow about a guy who delisted a game he used AI to make because his girlfriend made him realize that AI is terrible. And I agree with his girlfriend, and he's...
What?
It's like, yeah, she's right, so he delisted the game. That's positive news. Well... positive.
How is that positive news? I mean, maybe if you're like the gayest Redditor in human history, that's positive fucking news. Like, maybe if your entire hard drive is filled with cuckold porn, that's like the most positive news you've... Like, who fucking cares? Like, jumping into a wood chipper would be more productive than giving a shit about that.
News regarding a very negative subject, but nonetheless, you get my point. But that story is an exception, not the rule. Anyway,
oh my
maybe I'll
god,
make a video
bro.
on that one day about the negativity in gaming news or negativity on YouTube in general. But another day, another negative story about Nintendo, and it's not me just searching for negativity. It's yeah, Nintendo's kind of going through it right now with their stock price. Now, if you remember back in December, it was a pretty big news story that Nintendo's market value dropped by $14 billion because... Exactly.
Oh my god. Dude, it's just repulsive. Stop. Like, his old videos were not this bad.
Because investors were worried about tariffs, they were worried about component prices, they, you know, because of the
I don't
AI
understand how that's supposed to be
memory
humor.
data crisis that we're going through, because all of the AI tech oligarchs just want to have data centers. Just they want the United States of data centers. You think I'm like half kidding? Not even. So to make these data centers work, they need unfathomable amounts of RAM. I forgot the YouTuber that actually brought up this story. They're like OpenAI and other AI companies are so desperate for RAM, they're actually they're going into retail stores allegedly and buying RAM because the companies can't manufacture it enough. So what the hell do you think is going to happen to us? What do you think is going to happen to us? We're going to get raked over the coals. I'm not going to show the same thing I bring up every day, right? Like RAM prices, if you wanted to buy a kit back in September or August, I guarantee you that kit of RAM is at least double the price by now. And that's me being generous. It's probably more than that. So those components, it's not just nerdy PC gamers that need RAM. If you have a phone, I know, Rich, you review the same script that you use every day, but it's true. You have a phone, you have this is a smart television. Hi, Harmon. This is a smart television. What do you think is in there? It has a CPU, it needs RAM, it needs storage, blah, 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 blah. You get it. So even if you never touch a video game or a gaming PC and you just like buy tech like a phone, you're going to feel it. We're all going to feel it. The birds are going to feel it. Now, I talked about this story yesterday. I actually covered this exact article where Nintendo President Shintaro Furukawa was vague, and he doesn't want to speculate what may happen with cost of the Nintendo.
Nah, I mean, the thing is, bro, he's probably guilty of the same thing I do, where I have like one hoodie I wear for like a month, and I just change the shirt on that's underneath. So, yeah, like I change my shirt every day or two, but I have like the one hoodie that kind of goes through the rotation of just being, you know, the default hoodie you put on when you wake up and then take off at night. So, yeah, I have that. Right now, it's one of my black Essentials hoodies, but yeah. I do the same thing. And then you just wash it, and then you use the next one, and the next time you do laundry, you use the next one, and yeah.
Switch, they have to, they're wait and see. And apparently Nintendo has a couple quarters worth of stock that they have already that they already paid for. So Nintendo should be okay for the next couple quarters in terms of a price.
Yeah, I don't bear back my hoodies like some people do, but yeah. I always have a shirt on underneath mine.
Increase, but that's a couple quarters. What happens after those couple quarters have come and gone? That's what investors are worried about, and this is why in December, like I said, Nintendo's valuation got hit real hard, and it's happening again. No, Serkan Toto is an industry consultant. He is also CEO at Kantan Games. I remember citing him, God, like back, I believe in 2015, 2016. So this guy's a veteran, and his stories have always, as far as I've known anyway, the times I've cited him, have always been accurate. But anyway, this is what he just posted today. Nintendo stock in Japan is sliding.
Dude, maybe I should cash out my silver and just start buying Nintendo stock. Then I can buy my seat at the table in the end. Nah. I won't ever have enough money for that, but yeah. Maybe Nintendo stock is a buy.
Well, yeah, I guess you would technically call it a slide. Maybe free fall is exaggerating. All-time high of 14,795 yen in August 2025 and closed at 9,950 yen today. So minus 33% for their stock in 5 months. Investors are spooked by possible price hikes, lack of first-party hits. I agree with that one. They have... you can only upscale so many original Switch games and make them run at 1440p to 4K and 60 FPS for so long before people are like, hey, those are the games that I played on my Switch back in like 2017. Wow, they're in 1440p and running at 60 FPS. I could have done that with an emulator years ago. On integrated graphics too. But anyway, my point is I agree. Lack of first-party hits and US EU hardware discounts during the holidays. And listen, just like someone wrote down here, you got to look at the bigger picture. And Nintendo has had a pretty goddamn good 2025. Jason, I believe, also wrote this. Also see the bigger picture. Stocks don't go endlessly higher forever. They have pullbacks when overbought or with concerns of higher prices, lower profits. That's exactly what's happening here. None of this matters in the slightest to gamers. It's completely irrelevant. Yeah, but is it really, though? Is it really? If we're seeing the component prices, if we're seeing that investors are scared.
It is mostly irrelevant, to be honest, because what impact does it have on you if Nintendo makes $50 per Switch 2 or they make $25? Realistically, it doesn't fucking matter. So, the only thing that should matter to you is great games coming out, which, if Nintendo's making less money on hardware, then they need to subsidize that income by making as many great games as possible. So, if anything, you should almost be happy that they need to make more money from their software because that means they're going to produce better software in order to drive up sales. So, in a sense, it could actually be an instance where you benefit from it because they have to release better shit to get people to buy it.
Of component prices going up and the console getting more expensive, which means that people who may be saving for a Switch 2 right now may go, man, I mean, I was cool with like the 450, but now they want me to spend 600 on the Switch 2 or 550 or even 500. People may you know, they may shift and may not buy the system. And you can't say that this, because of the investors being fearful and you see component prices going up. Yeah, this is a reflection of things that might be to come. And that when it comes, that is going to affect the gamers. That is going to affect the fans. That is going to affect the consumers. So to brush this story off, as much as I agree with a lot of what he's saying, the bottom statement, it doesn't matter to gamers. It does, because it could affect their wallets in the end. So I think that would really be something they would be concerned about. Yeah, this is a great time to buy Nintendo stocks. He's not wrong about that. I'm going to make a prediction, and if I'm wrong, I am sure many of you in the comments are going to roast the crap out of me, and that's fine. I will hold the L, take the bird in my hole, pick the hole. There will be a Nintendo Switch 2 price hike in 2026. I think if they're going to drop it, it would be towards like at latest midsummer, because they would want to have the bitter pill be out there that people have swallowed for a while before the holiday season. I don't think it would be a bright idea for them to increase the price in even like late September or October, or God, November would be a disaster. I just don't. I mean, Nintendo says they're good for a couple quarters, but that, like I said, that's a couple quarters, and after that supply dries up, they're going to have to buy more expensive components. They're going to want to keep a certain profit margin with each Switch 2 sold, and if those components are more expensive, and the only way they could reach the profit margins they want/need to is by increasing the cost of the console, then they're going to do it. So I hate to say it again, if you are on the fence about a Switch 2 where you think, oh, I'm going to buy it for Dusk Bloods or something coming down the line, buy it now.
Yeah,
I usually tell people to wait. But right now, with how everything is going up, I would say if you have the money and you can...
That I agree with. You should go ahead and buy it unless you really can't, because, you know, there is a chance it goes up. There's not really a chance it goes down. So that's kind of the way you have to look at it, is there's an expectation the price will increase, but not an expectation the price will decrease. Therefore, if you're placing your bets, you should just buy it now, because it can only get higher. But most likely what will happen is, because Nintendo builds in a profit margin for all of their consoles, they may just not make money on the hardware for the first time ever, and instead make money solely on software. So that could also be the other thing. I mean, there is a positive way to spin it. It's that they need to make more money from every single Switch 2 that's sold, which means releasing more games. Maybe it means that they're finally going to tap into their retro catalog and start selling individual retro games on the eShop for $30-40 a piece in order to generate a bunch of extra revenue coming in to accommodate that. So again, it's not always a negative thing just because the company's not going to be making as much money on one particular thing. It just means they have to pivot and reevaluate their strategy, which, you know, taxing out the ass for hardware ain't going to play right now. So maybe it'll force them to refocus on, you know, their software strategy to, you know, make up for the lost hardware revenue. But I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Afford it, buy the tech that you want to get now, not just the Switch 2, because the tech you can afford now, you may not be able to in even 6 months. This is Rich of Review Tech USA signing out. Have a good one.
Gross. Let's see. Watch Nora Vanguard. Oh, yeah, I know what this is. The guy who, like, knocks out the 5 leftists. Alright, hold on. It's this one.
Okay, so here we have a video that's been blowing up on Twitter of a...
Shit. Is he actually gonna play the video or not? Nope. I can find it on Twitter.
Now this
I hate
is what
the
happens.
way- Dude, I genuinely
Now this is
fucking
what
hate
happens when
short form
Republican
content. There we go. Watch this one guy coming up. Just gets knocked clean out, bro. Just knocked clean out. One punch.
Hey, guys. I bet he think twice before he talk crazy to somebody.
Bro, like that guy just goes fucking limp.
Hey, guys. I bet he think twice before.
Bro, that shit's brutal. Imagine that. You're trying to swarm one guy and you just get your fucking ass beat. So, I don't know, bro. That's crazy. Just flattened. Just look up on Twitter, MAGA guy protesters or something. It's all over Twitter recently. Let me see. Yeah, MAGA guy knocks out is all you have to do to find it. MAGA guy knocks out. Just type it in on Twitter. It'll pop up. It's all over the place, though. You'll probably encounter it on accident. Schizo Garcia with the 2 watch. Never take advice from normies as a schizo. Okay. Let's see. Fuck.
Never take advice from normies if you're a schizo. Okay, this is something that I wanted to talk about because I've noticed that along with all this the other stuff that I've been talking about, where I talk about how the normies use shaming tactics, they use isolation, they intimidate you with the herd, they mock you for being different, for being an outlier. Basically, I've noticed that it comes in 2 flavors, like the cattle prod that the normies use to isolate you in the Overton.
That's a very accurate depiction of most people.
Window to corral you inside of the
sports cattle,
conventional modes of thought. One of the things that I've noticed is it comes in 2 flavors. In one flavor, it comes as like the overt aggression, the overt intimidation, the deplatforming, the censorship, the intimidation of the masses, the direct insults. Right, but another flavor that this comes in is it's in the more passive aggressive fashion that I've noticed. And one of the main forms that this comes in is whenever normies give you unsolicited advice, unsolicited life advice. They give you unsolicited criticisms, just for existing. It's not even that you asked for it. It's not even that you're being a menace and you're stepping on other people's toes. It's not even that you're even doing this thing where you're antagonizing other people, and yet people still come out of the woodwork just because you're existing. And this is one of the things that I've noticed is that normies cannot stay in their lane, right? And like if there's one tell of a normie, it's someone who can't stay in their lane, someone who has to constantly, poke and prod at the way that other people are living. There's someone who has to poke and prod at the way that other people are living life, at the way that other people are existing. And one of the forms that this poking and prodding comes in, like one of the forms that it comes in is through passive aggressive, quote unquote, advice, which basically, think about it this way. This is why it's super ridiculous to take advice from a normie is You know, are they giving you advice because they have a vested interest in you succeeding as?
Am I a normie? Oh yeah, dude. I just love watching a sports ball game after coming home from work and getting beers with the boys afterwards. Like, oh yeah, dude. I can't wait to take a vacation to the beach. I love my normgroid slop. You know, the new Marvel movie's coming out, guys. Are we all gonna go see it? A based image, it is.
An individual, do they have an interest? Do they have, you know, a stake in you? Do they care about your happiness? Do they love you? Do they care about you and they care about you living your best life? No, right? So why would they give this unsolicited advice? Why would they give this advice, right? Like the people, these are people who, you know, if you died tomorrow, they wouldn't even notice. Like if you died today, if you died right now, these people wouldn't even notice. They would just blink and move on, right? Like they're loose cattle. They're they're cattle. They're you know, cows on the loose farm, right? And one of their jobs is to make sure that you conform. They're enforcing social norms, and one of the ways that they do this is through the unsolicited advice, right? Because this is basically like a way to sort of slip in, you know, self-doubt. It's a way to slip in like it's a subtle jab. Like
yeah, I did hear about Iran's currency collapsing. Yup. So it won't be long now. You can't maintain a country with a shit currency, so...
is they disguise themselves as people that care about your well-being. They disguise them, they sort of pretend like they care about your well-being, that they care about, you know, your path in life. You know, but there is really like a passive aggressiveness to it. There is like a double-handedness, or like you know, like a sleight of hand to it, where it's like, well, you see, if I were you, I wouldn't do that. Well, you see, me personally, if you want my advice, right? Like it's a very it's a very boomer thing too. Like the way that they talk down to you, like the way that they you know, establish that hierarchy, that they're the ones with the clipboard with a checklist of acceptable characteristics, a checklist of acceptable traits, right? So this is something that I've really you know, picked up on, is like sort of like a flavor of the cattle prod that I've mentioned previously in other videos. The cattle prod that the normies use to try to corral you inside of the Lush farm, to try to corral you inside of the Overton window, to try to, you know, make you a part of the herd. It's like that scene from Pirates of the Caribbean, or Pirates of the Caribbean, however you say it, where it's like part of the ship, part of the crew, right? And you're like, one of the jobs of a normie, one of the jobs of a non-player character is that they want to, not only do they want to corral your mode of thinking, but like the ultimate goal, the ultimate job of a normie is to assimilate you. So it's almost like Agent Smith, like whenever he like punches through.
To bring you into the herd, I guess. I mean, the thing is with normies, bro, is they just want to be accepted.
The chest of people.
That's the biggest thing, is they care more about being accepted by other people than anything else.
In order to assimilate them into his hive mind, like the goal of a normie is to fully assimilate everyone that they see into the hive mind of the demiurge, right? That's their goal. That's what their code. I mean, I don't think that the normies themselves know it, but that's what the goal of like their software, the software that they're running inside of their head, right? Like that's the goal of the software, is to assimilate people into the hive mind. And of course, you know, if you start to go outside the Overton window, if you start to go outside of conventional modes of thought, if you start to, you know, forge your own path, if you're not living life in a traditional sense, especially, you know, especially like the boomers
people
will get mad
are
if you're not making traditional
so desperate for social validation, to feel like they fit in, to not break the mold, that they will literally do anything in their power to, you know, avoid detection of sorts. They just want to, you know, float underneath the radar of any sort of what's the word, mediocrity, I guess,
of income. If you don't have a job, if you're a NEET, right? If you're unemployed and you're doing other things, if you have other interests, right? If you're not, you know, following a traditional path in life, they'll come up with like the...
Well, if you're a NEET, you're a bum, bro. Period. If you're just sitting around watching anime, jerking off, playing video games, living off of mommy and daddy, like, yeah, that's fucking pathetic. Period. Unless you found a way to make money and do nothing all day, then yeah, that's pretty shit. You got to be productive in some way. You have to actually take care of yourself and, you know, not just be a leech on society.
The most generic advice that's like what everyone else says, what everyone else is doing, like, yo, just get a trade, bro. Yo, and it makes me think of like looks maxing. Like the normie advice that people give with like looks maxing is very reminiscent of this, right? It's like underhanded advice that isn't meant to, it's not meant to, they're not invested in your success. That like they're not giving you advice so that you succeed. They're giving you advice so that you conform. It's not about your success, it's about your conformity. That's why they give this unsolicited advice. That's why they give this unsolicited criticism of you just existing. That's why they can't stay in their lane, right? Is that they constantly have to like bump into you and like tell you, hey, like stay in line, stay in the, you know, you'll stay in the fence, you'll stay in the herd, right? Like the reason why they do this is conformity. And you see this especially with like you know, looks maxing, where it's like if you try to like improve your face, if you're trying to improve your looks, right? Like they'll say, oh, looks don't matter, just be confident, bro, right? It's like Jeremy Meeks, right? Like never get up, right? Like we gotta put on those horse blinders, never get up, right? Like they'll give you this advice and then they'll turn around, you know, and of course on the internet they really care about people's looks. They'll you know, just like normies are the most shallow people ever.
NEETs pursue hobbies and are productive. define productive, dude, because what? NEET literally means not employed in education or training. So if you're not employed, you're not, educating yourself, and you're not training for anything, that doesn't really imply that you're being a productive member of society. And by employed, it means that, you're making your own money. So 99% of the definition of productivity comes down to doing something that is financially beneficial for yourself or others. So I don't really know how that would work. The worst sin you can commit is also the easiest to commit. Serving the conspiracy? I guess.
Like they'll make fun of people's looks as like the first thing, but then they'll say, "Oh, looks don't matter. You just got to be confident. It's about your personality." Right? So like, and that's another reason why like the normie advice is,
it's not about your personality, because women don't give a shit about your personality if they're not attracted to you in the first place.
You should never take normie advice, is because of the fact that it's contradictory to reality. It's about enforcing social norms. It's not about what's true, right? And
you'll never get a chance to display your heckin' awesome personality if women don't want to be around you in the first place. Period.
The biggest hypocrites too. Like the advice that they give you doesn't work. Like the advice that they give you will sabotage you. Like that's one of their goals. And you see this all the time. Like as soon as you try to hop the fence, right? And I actually made a thumbnail before I recorded this video. So like I have the image of the thumbnail inside of my head right now. Like as soon as you try to jump the fence, like the schizo Apu Saya with the tinfoil hat, the frog horse. As soon as you jump the fence, right? It's almost like they're preying on your downfall. Like they're praying that you don't succeed, right? And this is why like they give you this sort of sneering, passive aggressive attitude. Like, well, if I were you, I wouldn't do that. I don't think that's gonna, personally, bud, I don't think that's gonna pan out. Like there's a very preachy, passive aggressive, talking down to you sort of attitude. And the reason why they hope you don't succeed is because it confirms their safety in the herd. Right, it sort of affirms their safety in the crowd. If you don't succeed, if you go off on your own and you don't succeed, if you fail, then like they're like, oh, okay, the herd's safe. I'm right where I'm supposed to be. But as soon as alternative lifestyles start to show up, as soon as alternative ways of thinking start to show up and they're viable, the normie starts to get uncomfortable. There's a sort of uneasiness about them. That, like maybe the herd isn't safe. Maybe the herd isn't good. Maybe part of the ship, part of the crew isn't good. Maybe one of us. Maybe.
Bill Herb with a 5. I found Raymond. All right, let's see.
Why do they despise me so? I created them. You think
this guy,
God stays in heaven because he too lives in fear of what he's created? Here on
if he was bald, it'd actually be pretty accurate.
On Earth? Stop looking at me like that.
Did cavemen have insomnia?
I'm no loon.
What I'm still trying.
Is this that? Oh, I guess it says they're Spy Kids. Okay, I thought it was gonna be the Shark Boy thing, but I guess not. Do cavemen have insomnia?
What he's created? God stays in heaven because he too lives in fear of what he's created? Here on Earth?
Whoa, dude. Yeah, that does sound like something Raymond would say, absolutely. And the fucked up teeth add the, like, little cherry on top.
Maybe that's not good, and so they try to sabotage you, right? And so,
dude, that quote is pure mid-wittery. Like, come on. Do you think a fucking all-powerful deity would be afraid of human beings? He could just fucking smite every single one of us in 10 seconds.
And yet again, like, you should never take unsolicited advice. You should never take unsolicited criticism from people who don't have they don't have skin in the game, right? Like, and it sort of drives me up the wall that there's these people that come out of the woodwork that with a clipboard of acceptable traits, and they try to tell you. Like they try to dictate how you should and shouldn't live your life. Like they try to give you this underhanded advice, and it's always underhanded. There's always an underhanded.
Yeah,
energy.
it's basically the equivalent of, did cavemen have insomnia?
To the way that normies give advice, right? And because of the fact that it's unsolicited, and because of the fact that like they're trying to establish themselves as the authority. Right, it's almost it drives me up the wall because these people don't have a vested interest in you. They don't care about you. They don't care about your individual success. They don't have any stake in the project that is you. This is like if you had if you were running a corporation and an investor who was invested in your competitors came up to you and say, well, you want my advice on how to run your business? So just like that sneering advice. Right, so why would you take advice from someone like that who doesn't that investor who's invested into your competitors? They're invested. They have other investments, maybe not your competitors, but they have other investments, right? But they're not invested in your company.
God would have done it in 1 second. I mean, technically, he probably could, but maybe wants to savor the flavor a little bit. It's like you could swallow a whole chunk of steak, but you chew it to enjoy yourself for a few seconds.
Why would why would you take their advice? They don't have a vested interest in your company's success, right? For example, I'm trying to use a finance example to describe what I'm saying, but it's the same thing. Like, you would never take advice or criticism from someone who doesn't have any skin in the game. Never take, normie.
I fail to see how this could be anyone's dream world. That's the thing, though.
Advice, because the normies would they wouldn't care if you died today or tomorrow. They wouldn't care that they would.
Who is the Antichrist? Me.
Just forget you immediately, or and even then
nah, I'm not charismatic enough. Nobody likes me.
There would be people out there that would celebrate your death, and you're taking their, quote unquote advice, you're taking their quote unquote criticisms, right? And this is also another thing too, which is this idea that you should take every person's criticism, right? You need to weigh the opinions of every tomato thrown at you, as if and people call you narcissistic if you don't take if you don't smile with gratitude every time a tomato's thrown at you, oh, thank you, I'm gonna try to find the piece of gold inside of the shit sandwich, or no, you don't have to take criticism from absolutely everyone. I think it's they call you narcissistic, but you know what I think is narcissistic? I think it's narcissistic to think that I have to get your permission, I have to weigh your opinion about how I should live first. When you just came out of the woodwork, you came out of nowhere to try to give me this unsolicited advice. Well, hey bud, just saying, I wouldn't do that if I were you. I'm just saying maybe you should do this instead. And yet again, it's very preachy, it's very passive aggressive, it's very much like a jab, and it's almost like this fake sincerity. It's like they're saying that, oh, poor little you need my advice because I'm a completed article, I have it figured out. Oh, you need well, you see, it doesn't seem like you have it all figured out. It seems like you're lost, and you need a guide. You need me, right? And so I'm going to give you, and that's the attitude that they have toward you, right? And yet again, I'm here to say that you don't have to take that advice. You should, especially if you're a schizo, if you're someone who is off the beaten path, if you're someone who sees the patterns in reality. The goal of a normie is to not only to assimilate you into the hive mind, but if we're using the farm analogy, their goal is to domesticate you, right? Their goal is to turn you into a domesticated animal, even though you're meant to be a wild animal, right? I think some of us are not meant to, we're not all meant to be herd animals. We're not all meant to be approved.
Yeah, that's the thing, bro. It's I wouldn't say I have zero charisma. I would always get invited to stuff. People would want to hang out with me and stuff like that, but I always would just turn them down. That was my biggest thing, is it wasn't that I never got invited to shit, it's that I never wanted to go. So now I just put on the negative charisma so I don't even get, bothered. I don't know, man. Total Sigma, yeah. I mean, that's what happened with, my friends in college. I made a few friends, here and there in college in my freshman year during my classes. And then also, the people who lived in my hall freshman year when I had to live in the dorm. I used to go do stuff with people. Didn't really like it that much. And then, when sophomore year came around and I was living by myself, I had my own place. I only went on campus really to eat or, go to my classes. I just stopped hanging out with people completely. So that was always my thing. It's I just never wanted to do shit. It's yeah, no, I'd rather just stay home, work on my YouTube shit, do my schoolwork, and whatever. So, yeah, I don't know, man. That was always my problem. It wasn't that I didn't get invited to stuff, it's that I didn't want to go. No, so they didn't deliver shit to your dorm. You had to go to a mail office on campus. And back then, that's when I was still flipping video games predominantly. So I used to just have a big ass stack of boxes that I was reusing in order to ship out games. And then obviously the stack of video games that I had bought to flip. So that was back in the day when you could get some absolutely insane deals on physical games, because a lot of stores still heavily stocked them going into the PS4 generation. It was kind of before the whole digital shift occurred, so it was the last hoorah of really being able to flip video games that you bought at retail stores. But yeah, I wasn't really back into cards at that time. It wasn't until like 2019 that I started buying Yu-Gi-Oh cards again, and then I started getting Pokemon stuff again.
By the herd, we're not all meant to be, loved by the crowd. I think that being hated by the world, being hated by the the consensus. Sometimes I think a lot of times like wild animals, like wild horses, right? Like they're not as liked by the herd because the herd is it's almost like the herd gets jealous of your freedom, right? So it's almost like normies get jealous of that you have the balls to do something that they don't have the balls to do, right? And I think that that's also might be like where it comes from, is that like you have the balls to live a way that they don't have the balls to live in, and so like what they do is in order to make themselves feel better, they try to install seeds of doubt into your mind. They try to make you doubtful. They try to prey on your downfall. Because what they're doing is essentially like they're jealous of your freedom. They're jealous of like that you have the balls to try something different. And so what they do is they try to shoot it down immediately by saying, oh, well, you should just do what everyone else is doing, right? You should do what I'm doing, right? Like you should just conform, dude, right? Because it makes them unsettled to see that you're not conforming, to see that you're not, doing the list of acceptable traits. And this is why they whip out the clipboard, right? And they're sort of like OSHA inspectors, like they're trying to check how many OSHA violations you have, or how many OSHA violations that your lifestyle has according to what's conventional,
wing kick with the 2. Okay.
Into the Overton window, how many OSHA violations do you have? I'm like, well, you see, you didn't score high enough, right? Like, and that's fucking bullshit, And yet again, like these people don't have a vested interest. Like unless you're paying me money, or unless I act.
Is this that DBDR guy? The voice kind of sounds similar. It could be the same dude.
You, unless I'm paying you deliberately to give me advice, to give me, this sort of this sort of sneering criticism. And the thing about like constructive criticism is that it comes from a place of respect, right? I understand like, oh, okay, here are the things that you're not good at. Here are the things that, you could improve on. There's a huge difference between, here are the things that you could improve on in life. Like there's a huge difference between like that constructive criticism and just insults, right? You see the difference there? What they do is they like the normies, what they do is they wrap, insults and jabs at your character. They wrap that as constructive criticism in order to make it seem like, and it is a Trojan horse. Yet again, this
anti-social. Yeah, I would say I'm pretty anti-social for the most part. I don't like just hanging out with people. I don't know. I'd rather be by myself than around a bunch of random people or people I'm not really that close with.
Unsolicited life advice, this unsolicited criticism, it's a Trojan horse.
Like I enjoy hanging out with like my immediate family and stuff like that, but even that has like kind of its limits.
Or insults, it's a Trojan horse for installing seeds of doubt into your mind. It's a Trojan horse to sort of prod you back.
Bullied? No, I've never been bullied, other than by this chat.
Into the herd, right? And it's almost like Inception, right? Like, oh, if you want my advice, I would do this, right? Like it's almost like Inception, where like they try to plant the idea into your mind, and then you think, oh, okay, like this advice sounds good, and so like because of the fact that you're doubtful of this new path that you're going on, because of the fact that you're doubtful of going outside the Overton window, what happens is that you get tempted with safety, and they present it in a way that is quote unquote friendly, but it's also like there's a subtle flavor of passive aggressiveness, but it's presented as friendly to you, like, oh, like they're trying to help you. And so a lot of people fall for the bait and like they get sort of incepted back into the herd, right? So especially if you're schizo, especially if you're someone who, you're like a black sheep kind of a person, you should never take advice from the normies. You should never take advice from the crowd, especially if, people come out of the woodwork.
Only take advice from the voices in your own head, right?
You unsolicited advice, you should never listen to it, because they're not giving you advice because they love you, they care about you. They're doing it because, because they want to see you succeed. They have a stake in you. They're invested in your success. They want you to succeed as an individual. They're not giving this advice because they care about your success. They're giving this advice because they care about your conformity. So never take advice from normies. Never take advice from people who don't have a stake in what you're doing. But yeah, that's the video.
Oh God, it's this guy who wants to, who lives in like his parents' basement and watches tennis all day. I remember that guy. How big is his channel now? 17K subs, bro. There's like a very large cottage industry on YouTube for fucking incel videos. Oh great, is this a Scala?
In about a 7-day period, President Donald Trump has
oh god, here we go.
Bombed 2 different sovereign nations in probably the most unprecedented brazen acts of American imperialism this country has ever seen. Is what I would say if I didn't know this country's history. On Christmas Day, America carried out a bombing of Nigeria, citing the need to stabilize the region against Islamic extremists who were targeting Christians. Shout out Nicki Minaj for helping to contribute to that. However, the reality is that Nigeria has somehow emerged as a target to the Christian right, and possibly even Israel as a political football. It doesn't hurt that Nigeria is also a part of West Africa, where the Sahel states have begun to establish a level of sovereignty that, while not perfect, is highly threatened to Western hegemony, and we probably need to look out for how America engages with them going forward, considering that the Sahel states are greatly aligned with Russia. But that's a whole other set of videos that I don't even know if I can adequately get into. I need y'all to understand early on, global politics is not my thing. I am not well versed in this. I am not well trained in this. I do not know this history perfectly. You probably should be looking elsewhere for a real good interpretation of what to see and expect out of what just happened. I am not that person. I'll see if I can find some people to throw in the description for that. But what I can give you is an intellectual discussion on the ramifications in terms of like how regular people might engage with these issues, especially what just happened in Venezuela, where Trump ordered a military.
Schizo Garcia with the 2. If you don't hear voices in your head, you're an NPC. Well, it even goes further than that. If you don't hear your own voice in your head, then you're definitely an NPC. Because everyone should have an internal monologue, so.
Strike, which resulted in the capture, you might say, kidnapping of their president and his wife. And this is after multiple bombing incidents killing Venezuelan citizens for pretty much no reason, as well as tons of threats and saber rattling looking to escalate military action in Venezuela without congressional approval. As all of this unfolded.
Oh, my heckin' congressional approval, dude. I hate that cope. Fuck Congress.
I looked over the reaction landscape and saw a lot of different takes, but the one I want to focus on is this idea that these are unprecedented times, and that if Kamala Harris were president, none of this would be happening. And I say this with love, but I need y'all to understand that while there might be some differences in the way that Kamala enacts America's imperialist agenda and the way Trump does,
it would be happening to a greater extent, and there would be boots on the ground. That's the difference. With Trump, it's going to happen, but most likely Americans aren't going to get deployed. With Camel Toe, it would happen, and we'd probably have, you know, boots on the ground in Iran right now, in Venezuela right now, and many other places across the globe. Ukraine, for sure.
It might differ somewhat. The end result would not be that different. Before I continue with that, I do want to make something clear. Donald Trump being president of the United States is the worst possible reality for all of us right now. And whenever I see and hear people, specifically some other leftists, act like things aren't worse, both materially and psychologically, because he is president, I get really annoyed and frustrated, especially since I know a lot of those folks are not dealing with the same issues that a lot of the people directly in the line of fire of Donald Trump's nonsense are dealing with. So I'm a leftist. Some might even label me a radical. It's a title that I wish I could embody more, but the reality is, I tend to see myself more as a pragmatist than anything else. And I feel that way because that's being people-centered from my perspective. Within these resistance and radical frameworks, I often focus on what produces the largest benefit to people with the most efficiency. And I feel like some folks on the left just aren't being people-centered when they engage around this topic, around Trump's presidency and the way people are surviving it, and don't think about just what it sounds like to those who haven't read George Jackson to hear people say, well, it makes no difference. I'm sorry, to most people it does. Don't get me wrong. The if Kamala were president, we'd be at brunch takes are awful on multiple levels. And when people really stick to that idea that there's absolutely no discernible difference between Trump and Kamala, a Democratic regime and a Republican one, I think you're disregarding people's lived experiences in a way that just makes it hard to do the real meaningful education and communication across community. And it ignores the perceivable, intangible reality that folks are experiencing. At their core, yes, Republicans and Democrats have way more in common than they do in opposition. I'll get to this more in a second. But here's a short list of things that I do confidently feel would not be happening if Kamala Harris were president right now. Number one, Elon Musk would not have been appointed to a made-up oversight agency in the government, which resulted in the severe shrinking of government agencies and jobs, especially jobs in human resources, social services, and DEI, all of which disproportionately employ black people, especially black women. I know most.
So basically, all the worthless jobs are occupied by black women. Well, thank you for clearing that up. It's almost like they weren't qualified to be working there in the first place.
Black folks who used to work in government in various roles who are looking for work right now, or trying to figure out how to keep their houses, trying to figure out how they're going to take care of their kids because they've been unemployed for 6 months or more because of this action specific.
Yeah, it's like literally the truest thing is federal employment is just another form of welfare. Pretty much made up jobs for, you know, unqualified people.
And since Trump got into office, that is a significant thing. It reported 300,000 black women lost their jobs in 2025, with a large portion of that being attributed to the shrinking of these roles, let alone how many people depend on these roles, and how working in human resources and social services means that you're working with the most vulnerable of us. And if those roles are shrinking, that also means the social safety nets are shrinking, which means that so many more people at the bottom of the food chain in these politics are not being served. They're suffering the most and first. And it's weird to me to make light of people's experiences with that, considering that a lot of us are not worried about the same things they're worried about. Another thing, RFK would not have been put over the Department of Health, which has gutted the CDC and pretty much all elements of our national public health apparatus. I live in Atlanta and I used to work in the public health, and CDC is headquartered here, so I know firsthand how this has been affecting our public health apparatus and the dire state that the CDC is in. RFK is increasing vaccine hesitancy.
Hold on, let's hit him with the
guard. They're making it so real science-based research that's too woke basically can't get done at the CDC. RFK is planning an autism registry list, which sounds like something out of the fucking X-Men. And like, I know from personal experience as a parent that it makes you worry about how these children that may or may not be on the autism spectrum will be tracked, monitored, stigmatized, or maybe even removed from opportunities because of that learning difference. And that's just the beginning at this point. Also, like, for the last 3 months, people have been like, man, there's a weird upper respiratory disease going around New York and other places. I don't know what it is. It's COVID. It's fucking COVID. You should still be.
Of course it is, dude. It's always COVID. The flu doesn't exist anymore, guys.
wearing a mask. And you should still be getting vaccines, which have been made harder to get. I literally cannot get a COVID vaccine for my youngest child because I don't think COVID vaccines for children exist at this point. Like literally. If you know where you can get a COVID vaccine for a kid under 12, please let me know. I always want to point out that the current ICE director also...
You should be wearing a mask and still getting your vax, bro. This guy is literal goy cattle.
Work for Barack Obama, and that the nature of what ICE does has been around since Barack Obama, and we can't not give him credit for that. But I also don't think that ICE would be on a nationwide domestic terrorism tour under Donald Trump if he wasn't the president. ICE is basically like his secret police at this point. They've been going around cities across the country, harassing people, doing the worst possible stuff. They're not just doing the usual awful immigration policing. They're literally going into churches and elementary schools to get people. It's gross. And the weaponization of ICE is so wild right now. Y'all probably remember the story here in Georgia where this random woman, I don't know what her role was in this, but she called ICE on Korean immigrants who were legally here to train American workers at a Hyundai plant in Georgia, which cost both Georgia and those Korean workers from Hyundai probably millions of dollars and jeopardized hundreds of jobs here in Georgia, all because of the current political reality we're dealing with. Quick addendum, I recorded this video early last week, and that was before the fatal shooting, we'll say from now, murder of Renee Good by an ICE agent in a situation that...
murder. You know. Oh my god. Yeah, just rewrite reality to your own, political preferences.
I don't know how to even engage with it. It's awful on so many levels, but I'll come back to this in a second. And no, I don't think Kamala Harris will have bombed Nigeria on Christmas Day because of rumors on Facebook and Truth Social, nor do I think she went to Venezuela to capture a sitting president of a sovereign nation, regardless of how bad that president might have been. But...
As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world.
I want to be clear and empathetic to the fact that the Trump administration and Project 2025 and right-wingers in general have a dire effect on the daily lives of a ton of people, even if it's just the psychological well-being of knowing the political environment we're currently living in. I know I'm not feeling good about it, so I'm sure other people aren't feeling good as well. However, it's important for the sake of future political action and current political education that we recognize that the current state of affairs only exists because the Democratic leadership that has been around this country for 50 years now has been complicit with so many of these things the Republican Party is doing. I said before that if Republicans are sitting at a dining room table eating babies, Democrats are in the kitchen putting them into pots. That is really what's been happening here. America has a long, storied history of forcing regime changes around the world, especially in the global South, for generations at this point, no matter who has been in charge. You might look at Maduro as an evil dictator, which low-key is probably a lot of American propaganda, but understand he's only possible in part due to America's history of imperialist function.
Wait, if that's the case, why are the Venezuelans literally celebrating the fact that he got fucking captured? It's American propaganda that, Venezuela fucking hates the guy, didn't even elect him last time, and, are literally celebrating the fact that he's gone.
In South America as a whole, that entire region is in a constant state of destabilization because of America's desire to create unstable and violent neocolonial environments that work to our benefit and the benefit of billionaires in our country, whether it be getting more access to the Panama Canal, cheaper prices on oil, or fucking bananas. No, that is not a joke. Look it up. And this is true in countless places around the world, and it's true no matter who the president is. In fact, Joe Biden put a $25 billion bounty on Maduro's head at the beginning of this year before he left office. The only difference is that Trump, being the performer and madman that he is, knows his base and audience is more likely to be amused with this brazen offensive to kidnap their president outright. So do I think Kamala would have done that? No. I think Kamala would have done what every other Democratic president does, which is support an internal and more quiet regime change that still kills a bunch of people, still props up a puppet ruler, and still serves American interests. It's just that we don't realize it's happening. And the same thing goes for the tragic story of Renee Good. Listen, as sad as it is that this woman was murdered by a police officer in front of her own wife, the reality is that this is something that's been happening to all Americans, not even just black Americans, all Americans for the better part of decades because of the nature of policing in this country. I can skip the usual suspects like George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and Philando Castile, etc., black people whose names have become iconic for these situations. This reminds me a lot.
Isn't that kind of sad that those are the iconic black names in the culture? The ones that have run-ins with the cops for, breaking the law.
Of the story of Daniel Shaver, the white man that was killed because police were giving him confusing orders because of an Air 911 call that had the police at his door and had them barking confusing directions at him, which ended up with him being shot while laying on the ground facing away from the police officers. And this happened way back in 2016. We have to engage with the fact that Kamala, in her own words at this point, felt a bizarre sense of loyalty to Joe Biden and his legacy, which is a legacy of American imperialism like no other. Shout out to Juicy. Juicy did a great video a couple of weeks ago after reading Kamala Harris's book and seeing that on so many occasions Kamala Harris felt like she had to still do what Joe Biden would have wanted to do. And it's Biden who once said that if Israel didn't exist, they'd have to invent it. That's why both he and her and now Trump have unyielding support for Israel and the genocide in Palestine. All Kamala would have done differently is make sure that the continued growth of neoliberal fascism in this country is a little bit quieter, smoother, and maybe just a tad slower paced. But the issues would have remained the same. The Democrats have been just as quick to limit services, benefits, healthcare, etc. as the Republicans. It's just that they do it slower and with a smile. My comparison has always been the Republicans are a bullet to the head and the Democrats are terminal cancer. They're two wings of the same bird. Do not allow the awfulness of Trump to drive you back into the arms of the Democratic Party when they're just going to do the same thing in the long term. Over the weekend, I saw sporadic comments about what's happening in Venezuela and people not so much asking me my thoughts, but doing this thing that people do to YouTubers and political commenters where it's like, do something about it. People in my comments of like random videos that were playing well before this being like, I don't understand why FD's talking about this when fascism is happening in America. I am not Captain America. I don't know the fucking Avengers, but if you join my Patreon, again, as I said before, you will get early access to the revolution.
Give me money.
And if you find comments like that frustrating, good, because y'all, this is the third or fourth low-key illegal military event of my lifetime that I can remember offhand. Like we went to Afghanistan, we went to Iraq twice, once when I was like 10 years old, and now we're going to Venezuela, and that's not including the drone strikes of numerous different presidents and the different things that are happening around the world that we don't know about. These times.
How has he come to that conclusion yet still be a leftist?
They're not sending their best.
Times are not unprecedented. And the best I can offer you in this moment is this explanation as to why that is. And if you feel a way about that, that's kind of my job. Take those feelings into your community because that's where you have the power to affect change. Find out what's happening in the city near you. Donate to your local mutual aid or
I meant to hit that one, so we'll hit it anyway.
A very low IQ person.
Not so local. In my Mamdani video and on the podcast channel, I post about an organization trying to collect money to raise funds to stop a cop city in Buffalo. Have you done that? That's what I can do. That's what I got for you. I don't have a shield made of vibranium. And I need y'all to get the picture. And to try to drive that home, I just have this dope piece of media from Chance the Rapper and one of my editors, Spatial, that I was fortunate enough to have access to that I showed y'all way back with the whole tech video. But in case you didn't see it, here it is again. Analyze the lyrics, analyze the visuals, and get the vibe of what we're up against. Because beyond that, I don't know what else to tell you.
He says there are executioners and their victims. The executioners are self-imposed. The victims begin to fight and agitate for their liberation. When we say black power, some monkey said, you mean violence. And then he expects us to say, boss man, we don't mean violence. Lay up on the hoagie, lay up on. Lay up on. Lay up on.
I'm always playing around. Is one of the best channels doing it real life lore. They have hundreds of videos engaging with numerous stories around world history.
Alright, let's just...
However, some of their best videos...
A fucking ad. Yeah. How informative, dude. How informative. Schizo Garcia with a 2. Let me see what it is. This.
Hey Chuds, Settlim here. I want you guys to...
I just recommend him, Griff, because you call it a stupidity, black leftists are a riot. I know, dude. They all do that same shit where it's like, oh, Democrats are evil, but then 99% of them vote Democrat. It's like, okay. You know, maybe they should just change their message to, you know, we black people shouldn't vote, you know? Maybe that would be the productive message.
Look at this gentleman. Look at him deeply. Connect with him and tell me, what is wrong with his face? If you ask this to an army, they'll tell you, oh, he looks like a nice guy. He just needs a haircut. Now, if you ask this to someone that's deeply tapped in with the true cell know-how, they would, by only looking at this image, be able to tell you that this guy is a no cell, year cell, white cell, bald cell, fat cell with a negative candle tilt. And because of all these things, he is surely a contender for true cell status. And that's only with one image. Imagine what more they could label him as. With that in mind, if you're wondering what category you fit into or what any of these words mean, worry not, for I will clarify everything. I use mostly the Incel wiki, but I'm not going to mention every type that's listed there because some of them are just fake and mental illnesses and not real incel traits. So let's start with the most infamous and sought after, the true cell trait. A true cell embodies every other negative cell trait that I'll mention in this video. He will most probably...
Blackout, dude, that's such an iconic image.
Be neurodivergent, introverted, autistic, will lack social skills, really ugly and disgusting due to some problems during pregnancy, you name it. The average true cell is so touch-starved that even a brief interaction with a female would send him into a state of shock or a pure incel.
Dude, what fucking anime was this? I forgot. I've never watched it, but I recognize the fucking void.
Rage. They normally never approach women that they find attractive, rather they try to juggernaut their way into a relationship, which never works. And if you thought they could lose their virginity by simply hiring a hooker, you would be wrong, since a real true cell would also get rejected by them.
Wadamote? Is that the one about the fucking, like, shut-in neat chick or some shit? I don't remember. I've never watched it, but I'm familiar with it. For some reason, I remember the character, but not, like, what the actual show was. But I think it was, like, one of those fucking, like, rot maxing chicks or some shit.
Here. Take it. Go ahead. Just take it. Most true cells will eventually become vol cells, giving up on love entirely. It's like that one saying, a rectangle can't be a cube, but a cube can be a rectangle. The same thing applies to true cells and vol cells. A true cell can become a vol cell, but a vol cell can never be a true cell. Another famous term for true
She's a fem cell? Okay.
cells can be KHHV, kissless, hugless, handholdless, virgin. Or the truest form, KHHHHVHHJSHDGSGHDHVV, which not even I know what it means. Notable true cells are Brian Peppers, the Elephant Man, the Eggman, and Hamoudi. True cells would obviously be on the top of the hierarchy, so naturally, S tier. Next we have vol cells, meaning voluntarily celibate. These being for mostly either religious...
Literally me, for real, for real.
Just reasons, like monks, or men that gave up entirely on finding love. It is mostly used as an insult against incels that don't put enough effort into escaping their inceldom. Vol cells also have a weird...
That's pretty accurate, honestly. Only I'm not bald. That's like literally what I look like right now. Black eyes, shadow around the eyes, you know, I guess plain colored t-shirt, a dark room. Literally me for real, dude.
Finding love. It is mostly used as an insult against incels that don't put enough effort into escaping their inceldom. Volcels also have a weird superiority complex most of the time, so with all this in mind, volcels go into C tier, just because of their importance.
No!
Fake cell. A perfect analogy to a fake cell.
I'm a fucking C tier? God damn, bro.
Would be the famous art piece made by conservative painter Charlie Kirk of The Last Supper. All incel types arrange around the one and only true cell, the cute cell on the left, the autist cell on the right, and the fake cell being a certain group of people. We all know who I'm talking about. A fake cell is just someone that claims to be an incel to gain attention and sympathy. It is arguably the worst thing you can do in the incel sphere and will grant you torture for all eternity in shud hell. They are normally really young and think it's aesthetic. Hashtag incelcore, hashtag older brother core, shitter and TikTok immigrants. Obviously, an F tier. Mental cell. Not to be confused with a fake cell, a mental cell is someone that can get into a relationship, but due to self-sabotage and a cluster of natural disorders, he isn't capable of having anything long-term, or that it would result in the loss of his virginity. Someone that can fit in this category would be Little Elliot, or as I like to call him, Labubu. Other types of mental cells are also known as M cells, which are just people with an avoidant personality that aren't able to have a deep connection with someone. The line between a mental cell and a med cell is really blurry, so it's up to interpretation most of the time. C tier. Speaking of, med cell. A med cell is someone whose inceldom can be attributed to medical reasons. This can range from the psychological to the physical. For example, autist cell if you have autism, Aspi cell for Asperger's, disabled cell for the disabled, you get the point. Down cell, and all other malfunctions you can think of are considered subcategories of a med.
Did you guys know that Downies have the highest rate of rape? I don't, like, that's kind of an unknown fact, but yeah, Down syndrome people have the highest rate of rape of any other demographic.
All my disabled freaks out there, I trans heart y'all, beat you. Next up, normies.
Normies are nothing. They really are.
They're average looking guys that can ascend easily if they work a little bit on themselves. They mostly come in 3 categories.
Denial, oblivious, and larpa.
What a joke. I worked my ass off to get what I am, and they take these shortcuts and they think they're suddenly my peers? You do what I do because you're boring and you want to be quirky. I committed my life to this. You will never be a real incel. F tier, oh I'll go. Denial cell. As mentioned previously, denial cells are a subgenre of normies. They're a slave to their own self-delusions, and while having all the characteristics of an incel, they can never see themselves on a similar level, due to their incapability of taking accountability and accepting that they do, in fact.
I'm the normie? I'm not a fucking normie! Fuck you, PK.
Get no game.
You
a famous
bitch.
one would be the Chica guy, or as we call him in the sphere, Saint Chica Dan
I'm
Cell.
C tier, not F.
We all pray for his poor soul and drink in his honor. The whole thing. All in hopes he'll finally find his better half and ascend to Hyperborea. A tier. Now we have femcell light, femcell, and true femcell. None of these are real. If a woman proclaims herself as being a femcell or never having sex, then they're lying to you. God, I hate this bitch. Everything I see about her is against my will. It's like that femcell subreddit.
Oh, dude, it's that elf bitch that we just watched the other video on.
Got shut down because the members kept getting harassed in DMs. A good example of a true femcell god is Christine Shudbug, who committed game ending and aliving, returning to the lobby, pressing Alt F4 live on television, after getting rejected by her male colleague. Naturally, all of them go to brimstone hell. I should start by saying that I'm not racist. We celebrate all our differences here. Personally, I'm an Israeli Indian, so all the money from this video will be donated to the IDF. Incels are the most ethnically diverse group out there. We have
The black cell, just date a fat woman. The bean cell, just date your wife. The Arab cell, just marry a 9-year-old. The red cell, ayoa, 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 ayoa. The white cell, go to the Philippines. The Khapa cell, I don't know, man.
No.
Yacht, I guess. The curry cell, just marry a 9-year-old.
all of these go into C tier. Kitchen cell. We are getting into ways incels use to cope with their circumstances, and kitchen cells is one of them. I don't think I need to explain much what a kitchen cell is, since it has become really popular lately due to the creation of the subreddit with the same name. But look, I gotta be honest. For Reddit standards, some of these posts are pretty funny, due to the creation of the subreddit with the same name. But look, I gotta be honest. For Reddit,
those are similar to my food containers, only there'd be no noodles.
Reddit standards, some of these posts are pretty funny, so they get a solid A tier. Gym cell. Gym cell, also known as gym maxing, is someone that uses the gym and working out as a way to cope with their inceldom, or as a way to attract women, even though it's widely considered to only attract more males than girls. Normally, this only makes them look even more abnormal, but it does make you something to be proud of. Face card is still everything though.
Bro.
Normally, this only makes them look even more abnormal, but
that could be Raymond if he was short.
But it does make you something to be proud of. Face card is still everything though. A tier. Work cell and poor cell. Work cell are also known as wage cucks or goy slaves, are incels that need to work to survive instead of leeching off their parents, and stops them from being able to pursue any type of romantic or sexual relationship, because fighting for their multi-billion-dollar company overlords is more important. Poor cells are very much identical to work cells, where they can't simply escape the never-ending cycle of working just to keep living day to day. However, they're too poor to afford a lot of clothes or going out to impress women or something. I don't know. I'm rich. B and A tier, respectively. Incel. Incels are higher beings, actual deities roaming the earth, forced to contemplate the folly of chuds and cucks wasting their lives away. Their tears and blood feeding the never-ending ocean of this dying rock we call a planet. They exist beyond the veil of illusion that traps lesser mortals, untouched by the grind of alarm clocks, soul-crushing commutes, or the desperate pursuit of female validation. Like ancient gods lounging on Olympus, observing the ants below scurrying around in pointless circles, incels have ascended past the base needs that chain humanity to their core. Chuds seed in rage, cucks grovel in desperation, but the incel simply is, eternal, unshackled, enlightened. To gaze upon a true incel is to witness a living god amongst insects. Really, they're the best ones. S tier. Teencel. Teencel is someone that is young and already embodies most incel characteristics. Nobody just turns 18 and becomes an incel. It's a growing thing, a slow and methodical process. Normally though, teencels are larpers from social media trying to get famous, clout, compliments, or pity so girls like them all. And for that, they get F tier. Protocell. A protocell is someone who has experienced inceldom prior to the term incel existing. Some prominent protocells are Beethoven, H.P. Lovecraft, Isaac Newton, and Nicholas Tesla. B tier.
Wizcel. Wizard is a title you attain when you pass beyond 30 years of virginity. There's also a lot dedicated to Wizcels and wizard posting.
Wizard Chan.
Also a whole power scaling system where you rank based on your virginity age. Everyone should aspire to be a wizard. I might make a video on that later. S tier.
Shycel. Shycel are people with social anxiety disorder. Shyness is more and more defined as a problem that should be fixed with drug use. You're not normal. You need to take the meds. Take the meds now. Normally, shyness is more accepted if you're a female, even sometimes seen as cute and enduring. But if you're a male, you're told to grow up, you fucking chud. A tier. Queer cell, or gay cell, or rainbow cells are fake cells because gays have a lot of sex. Even if you're ugly. But that's just how queer culture works. Queer cells normally exist because they try to deny their homosexual thoughts. F tier. Trans cell are transgenders that barely pass as a woman and are still incels even after transitioning. Past don't count. Many of them fell into the just become the girlfriend bro propaganda, even though it never works in reality. A good example of a transgender incel would be Chris Chan. F tier, but C because I pity you. Lesbo cell. Lesbo cells are lesbians that have a hard time finding a partner due to the ratio of women attracted to the same gender. They're actually angrier and more misogynistic than male incels against women due to their frustration in straight men, which is a bit counterintuitive. Lesbo cells will most of the time try to groom a straight girl into dating them, and when that eventually ends up in a breakup, they will blame the patriarchy or whatever. F tier. Location cells. Location cells might just be one of the most brutal of cells. They're stuck in their own country, normally C or South America, so they cannot geomax. This can also happen if you're stuck in a small town or the countryside where meeting women is harder, especially dating them. B tier. Weep cell. A weep cell is someone who wishes they were Japanese but isn't and will never be one. You will never be a real Japanese. They're obsessed with all things Japan, and their obsession with their lolly waifus often creeps people out. They also believe that 2D women are better than 3D women because they cannot ever hurt you and they will always love you, no matter how much they cry. In general, weep cells are trying to cope with their lives by alienating themselves into a place they see as visually aesthetic and appealing. Or in other words, kawaii.
Japan.
Sugoi. Siranke. The looks category is one of the biggest and deepest categories. It ranges from anything in your body you can think of, from your ears to your wrist and just like mental cells, I will only mention a small portion of look cells, those being the ones that I find most important. Just know that if there's any insecurity you have, then there's a cell for it. Hair cell. Hair cell and bald cell are pretty bad at either maintaining their hair or having it at all.
Who is that, guys?
It is scientifically proven that hair is a good factor in the attractiveness of someone, so a person with a normal head of hair would be more desirable compared to a bald person. But sometimes, when the Norwood is really bad, it is better just to shave it off. B tier. Fat cell. Fat cells are pretty simple, it's just incels who are fat. However,
damn, Raymond's higher than me, dude.
These people just need to lose some weight to shed some tears. So, for that, it's C tier. Height cell. Height cell is arguably the most important
damn, this is me, dude. Shit.
Kind of cells. Height is
manlet.
It might be, is worse than racism. It does make sense. If I call you a slut because you're black, you can probably just fight back. Now, if you're short,
5'11" gang, dude. 1 inch from being dateable.
You're most likely to just be a pushover. That is why I solely believe all fellow short cells like me should bear arms at all times and wage war against the tall fellas. S tier. Frame cell.
S tier. Let's fucking go! Fuck you, PK. I'm S tier now.
Chin cell. Being always a couple of inches away from being Chad, chins are one of the most important features of the male skull, with surgery being the best and only sane way to a shin. A tier. Cute cell. Cute cell is someone that people call or consider cute, but never really beautiful or attractive. So they spare their feelings by only focusing on their cuteness, and never on their real general aesthetic. One famous example of a cute cell would be Labubu. B tier.
Voice cell. Being a voice cell is pretty bad. It makes it even e-dating, not real dating. Difficult, so yeah, it's over, nigga. S tier.
Eye cell. Having a bad iframe can make you look tired or uninterested, and that gives people the ick, bro. Unknown Slayer wins once again. C tier. Nose cell. Not a real cell. Be proud of your big bad Jewish nose. They hate us because they ain't.
Dude, 5'11" is tall? Yeah, maybe in fucking Asia, dude. But I live in America. White folk are supposed to be above 6 foot.
Chosen. C tier.
Foreskins.
It's over, dude.
Whatever, man.
F tier. Nymphocell. Incel is just a guy that has a high libido, which makes any and all interactions with the opposite gender very hard due to it, and any conversation going to weird places. C tier. Acne cell or skin cell. Just scream on your face, bro. It's not that hard. C tier. Year cell. Year cell is someone that has a big outward ears. They normally get bullied a lot for it. You can hide it by using tape mostly. C tier. Wrist cell. The worst one, bro. Pack it up. It's over. You need to go to St. John's Bridge ASAP. S tier. So my little chuds, that was the lesson for today. I hope y'all had fun and learned something new. And now, with your new true cell know-how, you can finally spread your little wings and pollinate the world with your seed of black pill knowledge. May God have mercy on our souls. I want you to comment on what kind of cell you are down below, please.
Let's see. So, Zong Xena with the 5 real quick. Pull up on X. Watch the video of what Real Valentina has to say about EBT. Let me see if I can find it. 2 N's. Oh no, 2 A's, not 2 N's. It says the account does not exist. Let me try capital R. Maybe that's the issue. Nope. What is the text on the video? Like above it on the actual tweet. I can see if I can find it by searching it. Yeah, I can't like search for the username. It's not popping up. See, let me just search it with that. Okay, I think I got it now. Think I found it. I just searched the yeah, is it the pinned tweet? Yeah, okay, yeah, I have it then. Give me 1 second. I just gotta drop it in the chat so I can open it up. Yeah, it had EBT on the subtitle, so I'm guessing that's what it is. Let's see. Here we go. Dude, is it actually gonna fucking do this shit again? This was literally working earlier. Yup, it is. Oh my god, bro. Why the fuck? I need to figure out what is causing this issue. I literally restarted my computer just in case this was a problem. Give me 1 second. This is so weird, bro. Oh my god. Alright, just give me like 30 seconds. I'll just restart my computer, but if that doesn't work, I can't pull it up. Give me a second. Alright, I think it should be fine now. Let me check. This shit's so irritating. Yeah, it is. This has to be like some sort of fucking Windows issue. I don't get it. Nothing has changed on my end. Oh, is it not? Hold on. My Ethernet hasn't connected yet. Just wait a second. It's probably going to glitch out again. Let's see. Okay, is it just not going to connect to my Ethernet? Check. There we go. Jeez, man. Okay. Let me try something real quick. Just look this up. Network. I don't fucking understand why this is a problem. Alright, I'll just do this later. Do I need an Indian to fix my... No, I need Indians to stop fucking breaking my computer. That's what I fucking need. Is I need to get rid of fucking Indians from destroying Windows. Because all of a sudden, I'm having a problem where every page is fucking unreachable. For no reason. Like, I'll just be using my computer... And then all of a sudden, it'll like just say, oh yeah, this is unreachable, 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 unreachable. And only like certain websites like YouTube or Google or stuff like that works. And it's not a Chrome issue. It's not a fucking Edge issue. It's not a Brave issue. It's every single browser has the exact same fucking issue. So it's something to do with my connectivity, which I would assume has something to do with the fucking operating system. Because this literally just started happening like 2 or 3 days ago. So, and it's just completely fucking random because every time I restart my computer, it works again. But then, just at a random time, it'll fucking have the problem all over again, so... It's just Indian coding efficiency, I'm sure. Go to internet settings and turn off automatic. I can try it real quick. I'm pretty sure that should already be off because I think I did that a while ago. But I wouldn't be surprised if they turned it the fuck on. Maybe that's the issue. Because yeah, I've had that setting turned off. Let's see. Automatically detect settings. Proxy. Oh yeah, dude, they put it on. Okay. Turn it off. Dude, I swear to God. Yep, that's probably what it was. Windows fucking toggled my settings again. Thank you, Microslop. But yeah, I appreciate it, man. I forgot about that setting. I did that back when I got the computer. So it must have been some update they pushed through. They turned it back on. You can thank Satya Nadella for getting rid of Windows QA. Yeah. All outs. Or they'll probably use AI now. Alright, we'll watch this real quick.
Watching all of these niggers lose their EBT is hilarious. Nobody told these women to have multiple kids with multiple niggers. And I also love how they're all saying that they're gonna commit a crime on camera. Shit, I'm gonna walk out with my shit and I ain't paying nothing.
Statistically speaking, they already would, even if they didn't admit it anyway.
Y'all took my EBT. Okay, Shaniqua. You wouldn't have to steal if you were a productive person in society. And we all know niggers do not fit that description. I think we should keep taking all of their benefits until they get up on their fucking feet and stop depending on people to raise their niglet. EBT and all these benefits are enabling and making these people even more entitled. You can see in the chimp outs, they think they're entitled to free shit. Well, I have a word for you, Daquan and Shaniqua. Just get up on your feet and work like a normal person. And maybe try having less niglets. Watching all
Brutal. You would, PK? You got jungle fever? I can't gauge women. Normie girls give me the most issues, yet I easily hook up with IG influencers. I have no idea, bro. Most people who are on social media are mentally ill, so there could be that. Yeah, first PK, you know, was going after the half-packy chick. And now he's after, you know, his, what? What is the term? Is it jungle bunny? I forgot. What is the term? I don't fucking know. It's whatever. Jungle fever? Maybe. A queen? Oh my god. You gonna start simping out, PK? Alright, what else should we watch? No, there's not really much happening. It's been pretty bland these past few days, you know. Trump needs to invade another country. Like, let's get going, bro. Kino, oh, we can see what they've uploaded. I don't know how much time I have left, though. So if it's not too long, we can maybe watch it. Doesn't look like anything.
Kino Casino skipped another...
Yeah, it doesn't look like they've done anything. 12 days ago. Brutal.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
As long as you know what the 5, watch. Okay. Check. I don't have a ton of time left, so anything that's like an hour, like, I can't do that. And that was the only video they had up recently was, whatever, the lol cow of the year.
(911) Hi, can I get a piece?
Alright.
Police to the ghetto gas, seen it? What's going on?
Yeah, you need to give me my $12. I'm not giving you anything. You need to leave or you'll be under arrest for trespass.
Jesus Christ, bro. One race, the human race.
Ain't nobody trespassing. I know. You are now being told to leave. You're now being trespassed.
Let this leave. I swear to God, let this leave. I tell you, y'all today.
Because they
Yo,
want to give my money
racist.
back for this piece, and
You're goddamn right.
I don't want it. What's your name? My name Coco. Coco, what's your last name? Milk. Okay, I'll get somebody out there.
What began as a dispute between 3 women and a clerk at a convenience store rapidly escalated when the women made a scene over a pizza.
Hello? Yeah, they charging me for a pizza. Now he's telling me I owe him $1. I don't even want the pizza. He left. Him and his wife just left. Some black girl in there. And they didn't give me my $12 back, so I want my money back. I don't want the pizza. I don't even trust the pizza.
She real.
I don't care.
And you already know I don't even play with people. So now she gotta wait till somebody to refund from Goldie. I'm not giving her shit.
They came back for another, but the situation turned sour when they began to complain that the pizza was cold. The situation escalated when they sought a refund and ultimately called 911.
I told
The stereotypes just write themselves, man.
Mama gonna send my stepdaddy up here to get the pizza. She gets on the phone telling me about $1. I said, what's the $1 for? I already paid for the pizza. Go to receipt right here. I got some other shit. The kids and shit didn't ate that shit already. That was 40 minutes ago. I don't even want the pizza. I don't trust the pizza. Can I get my $12?
The suspects were blurred due to a technical error, but if you watch closely, you can see the women escalating the situation, even after officers offered to give them $1 in an attempt to de-escalate the issue.
I'll pay the $1.
Okay, I told them I would have paid the damn $1. It ain't about the $1, baby. I got plenty of money. It's not even about
It's not about the $1.
Throw their life away for absolutely fucking nothing.
I got plenty of money, baby. Plenty of money in here. It's not about the $1. It's not about the $1. It's not about the $1.
This isn't.
It's not about the $1.
This is not her fault.
I wasn't okay, but Kyle Goldie them back up here because I don't want the pizza. I'm the manager. They ain't coming back. They gotta go to the block. They ain't coming back.
Imagine having to tuck your gut down in your pants. I mean, just subhuman, bro. The amount of, like, retardation you have to let yourself get that fucking fat is just disgusting. Like, you're not mentally fit to live in a civilized society. Like, what the fuck, bro?
That's why
I'm here. Well, give me my $12 back because I don't want the pizza.
It's already paid for. It's already made.
I don't want it. That's fine. Stay in the kitchen. I'll throw it away later.
You know, the customer was right.
I'm sorry, what?
Customer is right.
What y'all gonna do about the pizza because I don't want it? And can I get
well,
my
I mean, that's a, you don't have to come down here and buy anything from them, you know what I mean? That's,
He didn't tell me that. So when he came to pizza, I don't even trust the pizza.
so where we're at here,
is y'all gonna give me my $12?
I'm not giving you anything.
Could they give me my $12 back? I don't want the pizza.
I don't believe that they can because the pizza was made.
That don't make no sense.
So do you want your pizza?
I don't want the pizza.
Of course, there's an EBT sign up in the window.
Why would you want the pizza if they lie?
Okay. So you can file a civil suit against them for $12.
$12?
I'm saying that's it. It's a civil situation.
We'll back up here. Whoever his name is. I'm not from down here. I don't know what's going on.
Their pizza. They said that she could have the pizza.
No, she can't have the pizza.
It gotta be something. You gotta get that $12 to my sister, or it's gonna be that. Fuck you talking about?
You charge somebody a certain price. You tell me that the pizza is $11.99, $12. You don't tell me about no charge fee. I tell you, it's gonna be ready in 20 minutes. Come back in 20 minutes. You owe me $1.
Yo, man, so him trying to get over.
You gonna pay the extra $1 if somebody told you that they owe you extra $1.
This is all over $1.
Are you one of the
Throw their life away for nothing.
Yeah, it's $1.
Okay.
It's the principle of the situation that y'all not getting.
You know, if motherfucker would have asked you for $1, you know you would have paid that $1, right? Fuck out of here.
Ain't no deal.
You can have your pizza.
I don't want that pizza.
Then you need to leave.
Then you need to give me my $12.
I'm not giving you anything. You need to leave or you'll be under arrest for trespassing.
Ain't nobody trespassing.
I know. You are now being told to leave.
You're now being trespassed, so get out.
I swear to God, let's just I tell you, bitches out here right.
Don't you push on me.
Hey, don't push my fucking don't touch me. Don't push
You're under arrest. You're under arrest.
Don't touch it.
Don't touch my sister.
Get off.
Get back. Everybody. Police officers. Walk to the police. Get off.
Get off now.
Dude, if you think that's chubby, I don't know what to tell you.
You're under arrest.
That is like morbidly, terminally obese. With any luck, they won't live past 40.
You are getting. You are going to be released. You want to get back right now.
What the fuck did you call it?
Get back. Turn around. Walk. Turn around. Right now. Get off now.
You want to really assistance here right now.
Walk to the car. Walk to the car.
Jail, bro. No, he hit punch up. Hey, mother.
12:23.
Get up on your knees.
Let me stand up. Let me
All right, get up.
Y'all touching on me. Y'all need to take these handcuffs out.
Walk to that car. No,
Call my
walk
lawyer.
to that car.
Call my lawyer.
Yeah, her lawyer.
Okay, you can call your lawyer.
Call my lawyer. Make sure they know. I'm in the middle
Come on.
of
Come on.
a injury lawsuit.
Come on.
And he pushed me. So I did put my hands on him.
You ain't seven.
What's your name? Get all their names. What's all their names?
Sit down now. Have a seat. Sit down, please.
Shut the fuck up.
Sit down in the car.
Why y'all want a lady?
Sit down in the car. Sit down in the car.
Disgusting. Shouldn't have to live with these fucking creatures, bruh. Like, bruh, once you hit a certain BMI, you lose any and all right to be considered a human being. Like, holy fuck, dude.
In the car. I am in the car. His name is Kingdom.
Sit down. You're gonna get all
His name is Briar. His name is
name
Garney.
will be on your.
Have
Kingdom Briar.
step back. You can record just back there, okay?
Get him. Get him. He pushed me.
Get in the car. Get in the car. His name is Gearhart. We have all your
Get him. He pushed me.
Get in the car.
Get him. He the one that pushed me.
Don't
touch me.
Just step back. You can record. You can record. Just step back.
Don't touch me.
You can record. Just step back there.
Don't touch me.
I'm not gonna touch you. I'm not gonna touch you. Just step back.
Because I'm gonna sue the fuck out of your bitch. Don't touch me.
Really?
No, but she not hard, that bitch. She not hard. She not hard.
95.
What?
All right, you're under arrest also.
I'm not under arrest.
You're gonna be under arrest.
Don't touch me.
Yep. Hands behind your back.
Put your hands behind your back.
I'm not under arrest for shit.
Yes, you are. We're
Yes, you are.
right now.
Don't
You
touch
are.
me. Don't
Criminal
touch
damage
me.
to property.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me. KK! 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 KK!
Do not kick.
Right now.
Take it. Hands behind your back.
Put your hands behind
Hippo down, bro.
Don't stepping on my glass.
Put
I
your
need my
fucking
glass.
hands behind your back.
Can I have my glasses?
Yes, ma'am. We'll get your
I
glasses.
have my glasses.
We'll get your glasses. Second pair. Roll to your side. Roll to your
So fucking fat, they need 2 pairs of handcuffs.
side. You roll to your side.
No, I cannot. My side hurt. I'm in the middle of the lawsuit. I just got out of an accident.
Okay.
I'm suing the out of y'all.
We're gonna help you get.
Dude, I think you could honestly make a fair statement that the average dog has more value to society than they do.
All right, we're gonna get you up to your feet, okay?
I don't want y'all to touch me.
We're gonna have to help you get to your
Please don't
feet.
touch me. Don't touch me.
Get up.
Don't touch me. Y'all gonna be here for all day. Don't touch me.
Well, that's not gonna happen. We can't. Get up.
Don't touch me. Send me a woman cop. Don't touch me.
All right, let's figure out.
All right.
Do not touch me.
It doesn't matter.
Don't touch
Stand
me.
up. Stand up.
Take your legs off.
Don't touch me.
Stand up.
Don't touch me.
Hey! Kid, I need my shoe! Bro, he just choked me in some shit, bro. Like, what the f? Like, come on now, bro. Then he just slammed me on the ground, gang. And he hurt my f***ing neck, bro. What the f?
Shit.
Like, bro, this is so f***ing stupid and retarded, bro. Like, bro, what the fuck? Y'all
Yes,
don't
you
understand
are.
shit, bro. He just put his hands on me, then he choked me, bro. What the fuck, man? Then you just slammed me on the ground, bro. What the fuck? Then you trying to put your neck in my knee.
The women were given their money back. No, just kidding. On a serious note, they were hit with 3 felony charges of battery on an officer. This may be a learning lesson, or this may be about the...
That's the principle. I want my $12.
Well, at least they can lose some weight in prison, right? Shit. Might be one of the few cases where housing them in prison would be cheaper than all the welfare money they suck down. Let's see. Schizo Garcia with the 2. We can check it out. And David with the 5. Unalive the Beast. I know. You could definitely make a case for the use of lethal force for the betterment of society.
Did you know that you sleep talk sometimes? You do.
The fuck?
Before I get out of here and fetch us breakfast, there's something I wanted to tell you. But you've got to come close if you want to hear it. You've got to come closer than that. That's only about a centimeter closer.
That's all I have to give.
You're not gonna come closer? You're gonna defy me? That's alright, I'll tell you from here. The secret is this. Don't tell nobody this or I'll be real sour. Okay, you ready? Right now on truckrobot.com, there's Hellbender's pins. Like from the series Hellbenders, and also there's a Gremlow pin. And this is the last time there will ever be Hellbenders or Gremlow merchandise, I'm not kidding. Okay. And this deal, and they're gonna stop selling forever and ever, and it's why I limited a deal. And if you don't want to get them, that's okay, but if you do, all the information is right here.
What in the fuck is this?
Okay? Oh, you look so sleepy. If you want to go back... You look so sleepy. If you want to go back to bed, that's okay. Wait! I almost forgot to tell you that if you enter the promotional code, or promo code as the youth would call it, the promo code Black Friday 18, you will get 15% off of those little silly colorful pins. So that's all I wanted to tell you before you get some more shut-eye. Okay? Okay, I'll let you get back to bed, sleepyhead. I'll go fetch us breakfast so we can have a nice meal in bed.
Alright. Well, that was definitely a video. Made me feel disgusted. Yeah, that's definitely pretty revolting. What time? It's 7. I may go ahead and hop off, guys. So I gotta go to the gym and shit. So it's probably a good time for me to wrap up. But I hope y'all have a great Wednesday, everybody. Appreciate y'all hanging out, and I'll talk to everybody later. Peace out, guys.